Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again for the first time since April to Be Diced Adventures, presenting the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, presented by me. I'm Matt, also known as War Tornado out there on the interwebs, and I am so excited to finally get this back together. Like I said, it's been since April. Scheduling is honestly actually the BBEG for every D&D campaign. Don't worry, we got them this time. But yeah, thank you all for coming. If you like what's going on, I'll do a real quick announcement thingies for To Be Diced as a whole. Tomorrow night we have Tales of Arden, our piratey, high magic-y, save the world campaign that takes place in the homebrew world of Varden, and that is DM'd by Chris, aka Claybeard. You'll see a lot of our friendly faces there as well. This coming Sunday, we have Frontiers of Eberron returning again, our Weird West campaign for Season 2. Everybody kind of getting together for that. Michael St. Gregory leading the charge on that one as well. And then we are back at it again for Tuesday evenings with The Edge of the Empire, presented by his one and only Daddy Tarzan 82855 on the interwebs, who you should be seeing here shortly. But without further ado, let's talk about who we have here right now, starting, of course, with the top, moving left to right, as we always do, with Taylor.
Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on most social media platforms, mainly active on TikTok and Instagram. If you like cosplay, special effects makeup, nerdy stuff, D&D stuff, fantasy, crazy, monster-based thirst traps, you should totally give me a follow. But today I am playing Xanthi Nightingale, the sorceress of the party. The individual going on one hell of a sobriety journey, just trying to make sure that her newfound family does not end up absolutely destroying each other or destroying the world. And it's a little stressful, and she's going to do her best. But that's all I can promise. I'm not going to say she's going to, but she's going to try, goddammit. Keyword is try.
Amazing. Moving right along the top to Victor.
Hi, it's me, the Victor. Also known as Victor the Story Weaver, for anybody who may feel compelled to inquire further beyond the current screen that you are on. I play Borrow, the monk and sanity of the party. Currently in possession and attuned to a weapon that seems to carry an elemental deity that doesn't seem to be the kind that would wear a cape with underwear over the pants, but more like a suit with a bald head kind of vibe. So, yeah.
What you got against bald heads?
Nothing. Absolutely send help. Yeah. You go, dear.
I'm glad you guys can't see my mic off camera because I completely missed turning that on the first time I went for it. Hey gang, I'm Dia, also known as Diavel.cos on all social media. I play fairies, a lovely Djinn warlock who's not done a single thing wrong in her life ever and is always right, as we know. Apologies in advance, I am running on 3 hours of sleep between 8 p.m. from last night, having done a night shift, and it is now 10 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. I am running on half a glass of red wine and a caffeine pill. Love yous. The things I do for you guys.
Speaking of my players, I love Andor for the time commitments that they put into this game. Ren, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself as well?
Hi, I'm Ren. I am also running on 3 hours of sleep because it's the natural time of day. It's 3 a.m. I go by Masquerade on the internet, and I play Janai / Tenok. Janai is formerly a half-elf monk slash rogue, now in the body of a Thrycreen, because of a very short but complicated situation. It's fine.
Amazing, perfect. And just in time, sliding into home, we appreciate them so much. Allow us to once again introduce the one and only Themlin. KJ, hi, how you doing?
I'm tired, you guys.
That's been the topic of discussion.
Missed you.
Oh, and I'm having half of my eyeballs on the puppy, so this is going to be an interesting session. Hi guys, I'm KJ. You can find me on most social media platforms at some variation of KJ Cosplay, because I couldn't stick the branding everywhere. Mostly active on probably Instagram, because I haven't been posting anywhere for a hot minute. Actually, you can find me on my Twitch channel more likely than anywhere else, because I do solo streaming every now and then. And I play our favorite duality duo, Petrichor and Riley, our party's cleric paladin and rogue.
Amazing. And we will be joined shortly by the sixth member of our party here, Tarzan, aka Daddy Tarzan, 82855. You know him, you love him, and he will be once again picking up the mantle as Clucky fucking McCluckerson, his full appreciated title. He will be here in just a minute, so don't touch that dial of the dimensional variety. Speaking of which, last time on the dimensional dial of Dr. Diago. And now he's the time that I put on the dramatic music. Yay! The last time we had 2 episodes that ran basically simultaneous in the canon, as the party did what every party's not supposed to do, split. Which was great, but it worked out because we had half of the party being Borrow, the blind monk, Janai, as well as Clucky, all staying topside around an area called the Skyreach Citadel, what was once the seat of the Empire back in old Aetheria, now buried up to the pinnacle in this massive desert expanse. The plan, these 3 individuals would lure out a hive of Kruthic, these insectoid creatures that had very strong jaws and long piercing talons and the ability to shoot spines and thorns. Spines, I think, is accurate. Some biologists correct me. As they drew as many of them out of this tower as they possibly could, the rest of the party being Xanthi, Riley / Petrichor, as well as Faeruz, heading into the interior, all the way making their way through this decrepit tower, sneaking their way as best as they can with their powerful magics and amazing I am a child stealthing abilities, all the way to the sub-basement 3, the lowest level of the tower, where they were told that a powerful artifact would be. An artifact that Faeruz was sent to obtain by their patron Sabam. This artifact also was potentially something that could power the crystal for the dimensional dial to get our estranged group of misfits on their way back home. Though with the idea that this spear, known as Windvane, or Naginata, I should say, known as Windvane, also having great magical capabilities, now comes the question of whether or not the orb should be used or the spear itself. And before that conversation could take place, the group that was inside the tower had to have a fight of their own, as they were fighting against the Kruthic Hive Lords and a good amount of young Kruthic that were not quite old enough to leave the nest yet. through some very, very trying combat that nearly took the life of our Air Genasi Warlock. Eventually, the final nail in all, I believe the number was 17 coffins, Xanthi using Chain Lightning on several of the swarms that were still left, as well as the Hive Lords, and eliminating the rest of the opposition. Before leaving, the party made sure that there was nothing else of value. They found out that there was, perchance, a handful of scrolls and tomes with some arcane knowledge within them, but whether or not there were any artifacts or anything else of that power remained to be seen. Nothing nearly to the caliber of this of this orb that they recovered, as Fairuz demanded it, well, asked for it, and Riley holding it as a bargaining chip to make sure that they make it out of Skyreach Citadel alive. In the exchange, Fairuz did examine the orb and discovered that it was, in fact, a devastation orb from connected to the elemental plane of Earth, a plane that her patron is from and more than likely calls home. What kind of devastation could this orb exactly unleash upon this already broken world? What will happen when the topic comes up of if Fairuz is going to be allowed to take it from the rest of the group? And what is going to happen when the entity known as Yansi Bin, that has been speaking to Borrow through Windvane, catches wind, pun intended, that such an item has been recovered? These questions and more have yet to be diced. And that is where we shall enter the scene once again. We are on the bottom level of Skyreach Citadel, just outside of the vault where all of these artifacts were kept. And the scene has a sort of tense understanding for the moment between Riley and Fairuz, with Xanthi ever the watchful eye over the baby, making sure that everything goes just fine. Who would like to do what?
We have cast Identify on this orb.
We have. Well, actually, I told you that you did not need to.
You did not need to.
You have already. You have already done Identify on Windvane, which is a artifact that could produce such an item. However, for the sake of argument, what I will do, just because it's a little more dramatic to come from the player, I will send you if my laptop wants to frickin' work, I will send you the details of exactly what the Devastation Orb is and what it is capable of, with the caveat to remember that this one is focused specifically on the element of Earth. Just hit your DMs, not me, but your other DMs.
Wow.
I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure it's fine.
No, sorry. This is the first time I'm streaming this game on the PC that I got, and I don't have little guy's character sheet on this PC.
Well, he's dead now. No, I'm kidding.
You see Fairuz observe the orb as agreed. And as you look at her, you see her normal golden eyes turn far paler, as if in a trance. And it seems almost as if when you look even closer, it's reflecting the same swirling clouds that you see in the sky. in this broken world, fringing the whirlpool. She comes back to herself, blinks several times in this stunned sort of silence that is rather uncharacteristic. As she retrieves her hand from the orb and just quietly says, "What have we done?" Her eyes flick to Riley with an intensity you haven't seen before, this sort of carefree, playful nature completely abolished. "Riley, give me that book. I admire your abilities and your intellect that you carry in spite of your youth. But now there's a very fine line between confidence and arrogance in you. If you continue to be impudent, we'll be straying dangerously far into the latter." And there's a waver of fear when she speaks, not for herself, but for your sake and those that you cherish.
You see.
Silence, I'm not finished. You want to go home, child. You want to make sure that there's a you who can return home, that there are your companions who will join you, that there is a way to continue forward at all. Honor our agreements. This is the last time I will be asking you, and I won't be so keen on rushing to die again anytime soon. And she extends her hand, and you see it, there's actually a very faint tremor.
Has Fayruz disclosed what this is exactly?
Nope.
No,
No. So upon seeing,
As
oh, sorry,
you
go ahead.
finish talking this entire time, as you get more serious and what you probably think is being very dangerously. Hey! That's what I thought. You watch as Riley's very grave demeanor and confidence in what she promised you has not wavered. And she looks you in the eyes and simply says, "The agreement was we got out of here. We're not out yet. So I'm keeping the orb."
KJ, I would love for you to tell me what is Riley's hit point maximum.
That's a terrifyingly specific question.
Hey! Get out of there.
I will say, while after Riley had spoken that, Xanthi, upon seeing Fayruz's shaking hand and seeing the tone of which they are holding, she's just gonna kind of tilt her head toward Fayruz and just go, "What exactly is this orb, and what is it that is making you so terrified when it comes to whatever this magical item is?"
She looks to Xanthi, and with the utmost greatness that you see, there is nothing that suggests she is getting around anymore. She says, "That is an orb of devastation." And she casts Power Word Stone on Riley. "You are now incapacitated and come with," and she takes the orb from your hand and says, "Our agreement is that you help me find the orb, and I help you find something that will open your portal. And we should not waste any further time down here if you wish to make an escape. Xanthi, are you able to carry them out of here safely? We really should be going."
Xanthi is, upon seeing them stunning the baby, you can see these arcs of lightning coming off of her hair as she just clenches her jaw, and she is literally grabbing the side of her thigh. And trigger warning for anyone in need, self-harm in a way. She is clenching her thigh so hard right now and you just see these arcs of lightning coming off of it and I'll take any hit points necessary. she is like actively bleeding, trying not to just absolutely unleash on Feyruz for what they just did. And she goes, I am not a fool. For I'm pretty sure you have your reasons that you did what you did. And she's picking up Riley as she's doing this, but her eyes are on Feyruz the whole entire time. And she gets the child onto her back, and then she goes toe to toe with Feyruz and looks her dead in the face and goes, but if you ever lay a hand on that child again, I will fucking kill you without question. And I will have no fucking sympathy when I do so. Orb of destruction or not, you better have had a good fucking reason why you fucking did this. And she's gonna take Riley and pretty much kind of step away for a minute. She's not gonna exactly turn her back to Feyruz, not sure if she is going to do anything unpredictable. She's trying to make sense and logic of the situation as to how Barrow usually would approach it, considering she is the one in charge right now of Riley and making sure that they are safe. And so can people speak when they're stunned, or is it a no? Okay.
They can stammer sentences.
Okay.
According, I have made sure Riley
true.
can't take actions or such, and they can't. No actions, no reactions, no movement. But I believe, and for narrative's sake, they should be able to speak in a stammered manner.
Okay. And she's just gonna kind of. So we are currently we're not outside of the area that we were in, but
You're outside of the vault.
Yeah, outside of the vault, but not the building. She's just gonna kind of take a moment to take in her environment, see if there's any nearby threats or anything like that. Then she's gonna turn over her shoulder and she goes, "You okay, kid?"
Riley, for description on your sake, when that wood hits you, you feel in your mind as if, you know, when you stand, hypothetically, you know when you stand sort of in the center of a cyclone, and it's as if the wind is just whipping around you in this great big storm. Rather than being in the eye of it, you feel like you're in the center of it without the peace that you would receive, and it's extremely disorientating, and it's almost as if that wind is keeping you in place, though nothing is touching you. It's just this great impression on your mind. And Fairies will tell Sanfi, I wouldn't want them to be in possession of it if it were to detonate. Would you?
Again, I can see your fucking logic behind it. It doesn't mean it doesn't take away from the fact that you imposed such a thing on a fucking child. I am not as well versed in magical items as most people tend to be, but I have been around enough of them. And I know what they held was dangerous. But could you have at least fucking waited until we had left the building? Do you think it was really going to detonate within that certain kind of time frame?
On that subject.
Or is there something you don't know? Or is there something you're not telling us? Sorry.
Oh, no.
On that subject, since you were going to identify it, and I told you you didn't have to, I will give this to you. Identifying or using the divination spell can be used to ascertain when the orb will explode. And this particular orb has 65 hours.
Ooh. Divided by 24, that's not long. That's like 3 days. Under that.
Less than 3.
Less than 3.
What?
Baby.
What?
Shit, my mic wasn't on. Matt, was that for Feyruz or is
That was for Feyruz.
Okay.
So with what you said, Feyruz could answer accurately.
I know. And I'm now risking the possibility that it may be sooner than anticipated. That is not a risk I'm willing to take. And as per our agreement, I would see you all home. And she's genuine in that. She's honoring an agreed contract, even though it was entirely verbal, and she's standing by that. And as a child, it is the only time one can learn there are consequences to actions. I would hope it's a kinder lesson learned from me than anyone you might encounter in your future, should there still be one.
Coming from someone who has taken what one would call a lot of consequences, I do find some unnecessary for such extremes. But I see where you're coming from, as I had said. But also, as I had mentioned earlier, if you touch this child again, I will make sure that your air within your fucking body is dissipated through shocks of fucking lightning till there is nothing left. There is one thing that I do not tolerate, and that is harming not only people who are innocent, but people who are nothing but children. No, it does not make them useless, and no, I'm not trying to label it as such, but don't ever hurt them again.
They aren't hurt. They're just restrained. For now.
If anything,
For their
that
own
would be much more painful considering that it is something imposed on them that they did not wish. It's something I never wished for myself or upon anyone else. It's a feeling of being constrained that is one of the worst. And in fact, I would say even more damaging than putting a scar upon somebody's body. It's more of a scar of the mind, unable to do what your body wills to do. That's why I'm angry.
You have every right to be. I apologize only that it's come to this. But again, we should meet quickly with your friends. There is much they should know, and things to be discussed. And when she says things to be discussed, she's not looking at you, she's looking at the orb. And you get the impression she is irritated in a way that seems unreasonable should it be directed to you, which can only indicate it isn't.
Xanthi is going to watch her eyes as she looks at the orb, and she kind of thinks back to all they have learned of things with Barrow, his brother, all that's going on. She kind of realizes that they're not going to get many more answers here, and she just turns to Feyruz with a deadpan expression, jaw clenched, and she nods. All right, that seems fair enough. Let's go find them. We need to figure out exactly what the fuck we're going to do with this time bomb of whatever the fuck this is.
Amazing timing, as Xanthi, you feel motion in your arms. Riley has succeeded on her Constitution saving throw against Power Word Stun.
I failed first.
Yeah, failed a bit.
You all right, Riley?
You feel the movement of Riley as the muscles relax and they feel a little more heavy in your arms. But from someone who's also a trauma survivor, you can tell from experience, Riley has entered such a dissociative state, you don't think Riley could hear you if they wanted to.
With the silence, she's gonna just take a look over her shoulder to try and read their expression, especially after what happened. And from what you described,
1,000-yard stare.
Yeah, Xanthi knows that stare, and she knows it all too well. And she just very calmly adjusts herself to make sure Riley is comfortable. She slowly reaches around, and she just kind of very gently, she doesn't pat their head, she just very gently pats their curls and goes, I know, kid. Don't worry. I won't let that happen to you again. That's a fucking promise.
I think that's a good time for me to change the scene back topside. Enough time would have passed at this point that for sure Borrow, Janai, and by extension Clucky. I believe that the plan, this was very long ago, I believe that the plan was to not enter right away, as to allow them to do what they had to do. So you've been...
Remember, Riley had used the spy's murmur to signal to Borrow.
That is true.
So they did get a communication saying to come down.
That is true.
I believe that we discussed even the fact that like Barrow can do wall runs and like free fall, and we have Clucky flying and all of that stuff about potentially like getting there faster than to as fast as we could if needed.
Amazing. So are you just charging into the Skyreach Citadel?
Knowing Borrow, after we finished and I get the signal from Petrichor or Riley, I would assume that he probably would do another like tremor sense when he gets the like past the threshold that leads to like the inside of that citadel, to try to perceive what potential dangers may be, or to even whether or not the rest of the group is close enough to his tremor sense to at least get an idea of where they are. And if not, that's when he's probably going to start indicating to the group that, we're moving, we're like advancing and descending at whatever speed we need to. KJ, remind me, was the signal like, because I think it may have been, but I may be mistaken about this, was the signal sort of like urgency signal? I don't remember if it was like a, you can come now.
I think legitimately what was said was help, and that was the end of communication.
So, yeah, this is a highway to the danger zone. This is like finishing taking down all the creatures on the top, and then it's just the Borrow letting people know that they need help, and just going into the citadel, into the gap where the platform would be, and just like leaping down, knowing that Clucky's there, aiming for whatever wall nearby, using the free fall monk, whatever needs to happen in order for them to get there expediently.
Alrighty. I'm just gonna do a little thing here.
No, don't worry about that. Don't do little things. Don't.
Oh, I'm not worried.
No,
but you might want to be.
I am already. I told you.
So you
reminder that you also have little guy.
I do.
That would only come into effect if I asked him to roll anything, but when you just kind of charge right in.
Well, I do want to remind you that my passive perception is 29.
Oh yes, absolutely. But it's not your perception that I'm worried about.
This is true.
What I am worried about is the 4 signals of movement that you're starting to get from the floors above you.
The signals that I'm perceiving, do they feel in regards to like vibration size, etc., similar to the creatures that we currently were fighting? Larger, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure you want to stay with that? You don't want to like switch to lower?
I mean, I could go huge.
No, don't worry about, okay. So I would say as that is happening, four signals. I'm trying to think of what would be the order of the group. It would be Janai, Borrow, Clucky. Clucky's flying. You said that I don't remember if I perceived this when I did Tremor Sense on the Citadel, but Am I mistaken to think that there was something about the upward direction of the citadel is there's like an exit point from the underground?
There is. People who have sight would be able to see sunlight coming from the, for lack of a better term, elevator shaft when they look all the way up.
Okay. So I think that with the calling for help, the movement and advancement with the party or this part of the party in tow, I think there would be a warning from Barrow of larger creatures above us. The rest of the crew is below. And I think can I use my tremor sense after I sense these 4 things to try to perceive what I can sense around me, specifically like those, not those 4, but everything else that's on the way down?
Sure.
I'm trying to get a sense of like how much more threats between here and where I need to go.
Alrighty.
What does little guy
Right in.
advantage?
Advantage plus 1d6.
Yeah.
Advantage plus 1d6. So that'll be a 25.
25. Amazing. Aside from the 3, dare I say, signals that are rather familiar to you already, every other image that you kind of get is not producing sound of any kind. It's moments, they're all stagnant, they are all laying down. You are assuming corpses.
Okay. So I can perceive the party at this
Yes.
distance. But
Yes,
there's
they
no
are
immediate threats
3
around.
downs. Above you. Everything below them is
Not where they are.
yeah, no threats by them.
I think if I perceive these things, I could attempt, if possible, to warn the group to see if they slow down. To attempt to just, because I don't know if they have perceived us yet. Do I?
The ones above?
Yeah.
They're moving.
Toward us. Or are they going out? Are they going? Are they leaving?
They're not leaving.
They're not? Okay. There's a medium. How many levels down is the other group of the party?
3 levels, so 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
I think Barrow will call out to Clucky.
Clucky McCluckerson, who I will tell you right now because I can't tell you how many hit points he has, because that would be metagaming.
He was very damaged, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, on an arbitrary scale of 0 to 178, he's at a 12.
Yeah. What does Janai look like damage-wise? Like, how are they looking? You're muted still. You're muted on
Double mute.
Double mute.
Aye. Janai is okay. Like not terribly hurt. Probably can't take like several rounds of damage, but is okay right now.
Okay.
Challenge
I think what Barrow is going to do is he's going to call out to Clucky and Janai. The rest of the group, The rest of the group seem to be with no enemies nearby. Get to them fast. I'll try to slow these down.
Right, and Clucky just dives into the hole.
Expecting for Janai to go. Baro is just basically trying to use what Baro is going to attempt to do is he's going to try to get the attention of these things to try to get them to follow him through those 3 levels between where they are and the rest of the party, and just basically using his tremor sense through it, trying to get them to move in a way where he can keep them separated so they're not clustering and attacking in a group, and just constantly just having them moving around so that he can clear a path. Potentially, just basically keep going from one floor to the other using his like wall run and all of that.
Okay. As you kind of like have that moment and you're perceiving upward towards the hole. The first floor was taller because Grandois entrance. So I believe that I put it somewhere around like 30 to 40 feet ceilings. So from the hole where the lift is supposed to come up and go down, you do hear these clicking sounds getting louder and louder and louder, and the hissing as finally 1, 2, 3, 4 of these creatures that you have just been fighting, these large monstrosities, clinging to the walls, hissing loudly, looking down to see what they can only identify as prey.
Is there? Sorry.
How bad did Baro look?
He fine, darling. Literally, Baro only lost 11 points. He's at 113 HP.
Oh, good. Good for you. All right. I think Janai does hesitate though, because Clucky is very fucked up, clearly. But I think Janai does like hesitate, if he can also hear the sound of these things approaching.
Give me a perception check.
I'm not terrible at that. It's not my strongest ever. 13.
13? I'm going to say that you do not perceive them so far, but perhaps when you are on your way down, you would probably at some point look up and see that there was not 1, but 4 of these Kruthic that were larger than the ones that you guys were fighting outside.
How are we getting down?
It's just a hole.
It's just a hole.
Yeah, there's a hole in the floor that you have. The hole below you also has, or the floor below you also has a hole. The next one down, there is a hole, but that's actually where the lift fell and came to rest, so it's partially covered.
And there's a rope dangling down that one.
We're talking to rogues, monks, and flying people. They don't need ropes.
And just how many feet approximately between each floor?
I believe that we had said 20 feet, I think. Sounds about right.
Right. That's throwable. Okay. Because I can at any point just throw a dagger up.
Right.
And then pop back up. So that's okay.
Ninja stuff.
Yeah. Baro is also counting on the fact that if his predictions of the fact that currently there are no threats around the party and the party is alive, the cleric is there, which Clucky needs way more than he does. So he just needs to buy time. And I will probably say, Matt, that one of the things that Baro would like to attempt to do also while he's doing this is he wants to attempt to stealth as he moves to try to he wants to create this effect of like moving, stopping, trying to get close to one of them, hitting like a wall or a stone in that area, and then trying to move in a different direction and like grabbing a dart, throwing it in a different direction. He wants to try to keep these things from clustering.
There's 4 of them. They all have tremor sense out to a range of 60 feet. They do, however, also have normal vision. I'm not saying that you will be unsuccessful. I'm saying that it's going to be not as easy as it appears. So,
can I argue also that Barrow, being someone who has tremor sense and understands the concept of seeing things not with his gaze, that his attempt at motion or trying to be still is part of like what he's attempting to do as well. He's not just trying to hide physically; he's also trying to be, you know, 100.
Right. I would normally say that I would give you the opportunity to do stealth to call this hiding or to do deception in order to try to trick somebody, but I think you're going to take the stealth. However, I will say that it's going to be at disadvantage due to the numbers and the fact that they currently know where you are. So you are going to be losing them if you're successful. Leading them, that's the intent, but they're going to start having issues tracking you if you're...
Would this mean that with the little guy that the stealth is a flat roll?
Yep.
Plus the d6.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 22.
22. Amazing. With that being said, just as a arbitrary thing, Barrow specifically at this moment, roll for initiative.
I should have stayed with him.
You should have. You gotta love when like the dice just decide. Little guy doesn't initiative, right?
He does not help you on initiative.
No, he does not.
That's a 12.
Okay. 2 Kruthic will be moving before you. So, with that, they both come down along the sides, kind of one on either side. These are hunters. They're trying to flank you. And the first one is going to shoot its spikes in your direction. That is going to be a 16 to hit.
It's a miss.
And that's a 12 to hit.
That's a miss.
The second one, seeing the folly of the spikes, will try a different tactic. As this Kruthic Hive Lord does something that you haven't seen yet. Well, pun not intended. I will need Barrow to make a saving throw of the dexterity variety.
How much do I need?
You don't know.
Okay. Will a 30 do?
Just passed.
Also,
I believe that you have evasion.
Yes, I do.
So yes, you
Take no damage.
Take no damage. You dodge expertly out of the way as this basically like large area of acid starts eating into the rock that you were just standing on. That makes 2 of them. I'm not going to bother with ranges at this point because with your movement, you could get to or from any of them. Your turn.
Are the two that currently attacked me close to one another, or are they? They said they're
They
flanking,
split.
so they're separate. They're like
Yes.
far apart from one another.
Yes.
Cool. Um, I'm going to approach to one of them,
Mhm.
and I think we're just gonna see. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. You know.
Okay. All right.
So-
Let's see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Let's test the waters for now. Does a nat 20 hit for a 32?
By definition, a net 20 cannot miss. So yeah.
Cool. And I believe that is crunchy crits, yeah?
We do the crits that are crunchy.
All right. Okay. Cool. So let's do the rolls first.
Okie dokie.
So the slashing damage is going to be 5 plus a lightning d8 for another 5. So that's 10.
I have no damage resistances or anything, so just give me the total when you get there.
And then for the crunchy crits on that one is going to be total of 12 slashing and then 8 lightning. So it's going to be a total of 13 lightning damage and then 17 slashing damage.
A total of 30 points of damage. Excelente.
How is that thing looking?
Fine.
Looking fine?
Yeah.
Cool. Can all right, let's do the other attack. See what happens.
Okay.
Does a 31 hit?
Yes.
Cool. So that's going to be 7 points of slashing damage and a total of 6 lightning damage.
Okay. So 13. Got it.
How's it looking?
Fine.
Looking fine.
Yeah, he's doing all right. Thanks for asking.
Cool.
How are you looking?
You know, I'm fine. You know, I'm
Yeah.
fine. Just chilling. You know, let's do flurry of blows. Why not? Let's just do flurry of blows. See what happens.
Yeah, just for no reason at all. How your key points looking there, buddy?
Oh, you know, don't worry about it.
I worry for you.
You do you, boo.
You know, I could just click on your character sheet.
You could, but where's the mystery? You know, where's the mystery?
Well, I don't want there to be mystery for our wonderful audience.
Yeah.
And fellow party members.
Does a 13 hit?
13 does not hit.
Can it though?
No.
Okay, what about a 23 though?
23 does. I'll give you that one.
Cool. So that's going to be 12 points of bludgeoning unarmed strike damage. And unless you need me to move, depending on where the other one, since the other one is flanking, I'm trying to at any point keep myself away from being flanked by any two of these things. So if any second creature currently is close enough that I think on their turn they could get to where I am, I would like to move, even if that provokes attack of opportunity. Just to make
Given
sure
that they were
that
all in similar areas, potentially now that you're in melee with one of them, a second one at minimum could make it into melee with you.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna move because what I'm trying to do is if these things have flanking advantages when they are attacking as more than one of them near
You would remember that they do.
Yes, they do. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
going
will give
to
you that because I am a generous god.
Yes, and I am a generous
Lover.
little god. So I'm gonna make that move, even if that provokes an opportunity attack to make
You're
sure
goddamn
that
right it does.
the second one that happens, it's not going to be. They're not
He's going to
together.
try to stab you with his piercing weapon. That is going to be a 21 to hit.
Meets it, beats it.
Hell yeah. We're on the board, guys. That is going to be 14 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Amazing. And then I will say that you get to a point where this one that you attacked could get in melee with you. Potentially another one could get in melee with you when it comes to their turn, but not two of them. At least so far.
Good.
At the end of your turn, we will pivot back down to the tunnels below. Janai, as you descend down with Clucky, you actually watch as Clucky seeing that gap. Clucky's a big boy. Clucky don't want to squeeze. So instead, Clucky is going to try to lift and move what is essentially an arcane elevator with his bare hand, with his chicken hands, which I will roll in D&D Beyond because I do not want to roll my personal dice when I'm rolling for a player. With a 25, yes, he does just kind of grab on. He's hurting, so big grunt, but shoves this whole thing right out of the way, making it a very clear drop for you. Effortlessly, no room for squeezing at all. Round floor, so Xanthi, sub-basement 3, sorry. Xanthi, Fayruz, and Riley, you hear the grinding of metal on stone as the first thing that you see is Janai making their descent. Should let you describe how you're going to do it, because in my brain you pulled out your sky sail, but I don't know. That's up to you. You are muted. Yep.
Yeah. If it's wide enough, then yeah, it's probably more. You just hear like the flapping of canvas as I'm just using it to kind of slow down rather than actually like sailing down. So it's just like
Amazing. I love it. Shortly after you drop to the bottom, Clucky would then drop with a thud, probably taking like a few steps as well, looking up at the party. So you guys would see both Janai and Clucky in the states that they are currently in. As Clucky just goes, right, are we done? Can we go? I'd like to go.
Xanthi, like, of course, upon hearing the sound of the shifting of, is it made of stone or is it made of metal?
The tower is made of stone, but the arcane elevator was a type of metal.
Okay, so hearing like the screeching of metal in this elevator coming down, Xanthi again immediately her guard is up until she sees Janai, as well as followed by Clucky, like just plopping down. And she takes a look at the both of them. She's waiting for a moment for Barrow to show. And she just kind of, again, readjusts the little bits on her back. And she just kind of tilts her head. She goes, "Where's Barrow?"
Causing a distraction. Are you all right?
I wouldn't exactly use the term all right on a few levels here, but we're not going to get into that. Where the fuck is Barrow right now? Because she knows that, like, what the fuck is going on with him is fucking worrying her, and he's not showing his goddamn face right now. And, like, she's going to just look at Janai, and she's going to go, "Where was the last place you guys saw Barrow before he, I guess, made his disappearance, as he always does whenever he feels like it's somehow in this goddamn dimension? I don't know what's been going on with him, but she just lets out an irritated sigh."
He was with us when we fought the Kruthic. And then I think maybe he heard something. I don't know, but he sent us ahead.
So you have no idea what direction he went in?
I can pop back up in a second.
No, let's not separate the party again. We need to make sure that we stick together so we all get out of here together if we can fucking manage to do so, but we need to find Borrow.
I'll give you all this. You hear very loud, very familiar screeching.
Of the
Follow the disturbance.
As that happens, Riley still, as people, attention gets drawn as Riley speaks up, still 1,000-yard stare, still very out of it, but pipes up and says, Bar's fine, but we've got to go now.
Xanthi just looks over her shoulder, again, seeing the condition that as Clucky would call the hatchling is in. She just kind of, again, lets out another irritated sigh. She rolls her eyes and she's like, I swear to God, I know Barrow can take care of himself, but the state he's had me in has had me fucking worried, but we really don't have much of a choice here now, do we? And she's just going to nod and she's going to head towards... Is the elevator the only place of which we can exit the building?
Down,
yeah. Okay.
Well, up for you guys because you guys are as low as you get.
Okay. So she's going to just kind of head towards Janai and Clucky and just go, okay, we're going to find our way out of here. And if we can find Barrow, we're going to do our best to try and drag him out with us if we can, but I don't think much of us can take anything else these enemies have to throw at us. And I honestly could go for a goddamn nap.
There's nothing left for us here. We should find him and go with haste.
And she's going to turn to Janai. Is Barrow above us, or has he moved below?
At that point, I will give exactly what Victor put in the chat. You also hear the familiar sounds of lightning bolts, which his weapon has produced upon striking things.
And as you hear that, Riley once again peeps up, and says, he's keeping 4 creatures distracted. He said as soon as we cleared them, that he'll follow, but he said to just go straight up if we can.
I know that you guys are having telepathic conversation, and I'm seeing you both type, so that's how it happens. But this is very much so giving, Jean Grey and the X-Men just all of a sudden just, knowing shit because of, no, he's going to be fine. We should go this way. How the fuck do you know that?
Xanthi, again, just lets out an irritated sigh. She looks at the rest of the party, and she goes, all right, well, if Barrow feels like he can handle this himself, and if he ends up fucking shitting his pants while doing so, then that's his goddamn problem. Let's go. And she's going to try her best to, while still carrying Riley, if they allow to do so, just getting the party out, getting the party the fuck out of there.
Do we see what Fairuz has, or did you tuck that away? The oracle.
It's probably in one of her many pockets. They just disappear into dimensions of their own. But you can see that one of her hands remains in there, she's clutching onto that thing for dear life.
Okay.
She did say there's nothing left here, which indicates that she probably has what she came for. And then nothing else is of interest. It wouldn't be the first time.
I think Janai, seeing that probably the least hurt of the current group, is gonna try to send them ahead and keep behind.
I like it.
I will also
That would be me.
I will also let Janai know that there is a very obvious tension right now between Xanthi and Fairuz. Any time that she is passing by Fairuz, it is like staring daggers at this airy bitch. Wonderful airy bitch, might I say, respectfully. But you can definitely tell that there is tension between the two of them, but she does not disclose as to why. There's more important things to take care of.
All can be mended later when we're still alive.
If we're still alive.
Yeah. I said
I
when.
love it.
This is when.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Alrighty. How are we going to make our ascent, and what is the plan?
Xanthe will go ahead and just start flying upwards using her dragon wings.
So-
she's not even going to use the elevator. If other people need a ride, she will offer to
Oh, the
do
elevator
so.
is inert.
It's gone. Also,
okay.
regardless of how people make it up, Petrichor has the blueprint map up in their head as we're moving, and Riley's receiving communications from Borrow as to where the creatures are, so they will act as guide.
All right. I will say Xanthe will probably definitely be carrying Riley up on her wings. And if anyone else is in need of transportation, Fairuz, I guarantee you, I'm guessing, can float. But is Janai going to need any sort of assistance, or can they like?
Dagger can blink.
Yeah, Dagger can blink.
Okay. Oh, okay. Smash.
Is that a certain number of times, or just all the time?
Limited. It have like a specific an amount of die that I can use to do that with. We're going down, but it's fine. We have a few more.
Alrighty.
I will say, like, Xanthe still has a dimension door in her pocket if she needs to take Janai with her, so she doesn't have to, like, or they don't have to, like, waste those die.
They have Clucky.
Yes, good. Yes,
Oh, yeah, there's also Clucky. Yeah, I forgot Clucky
Yeah.
can carry someone, yeah. So,
Well, I'm a strong boy.
strong chicken, let's go.
good. I'm good. I'm good.
All right, okay.
Who is going to tell Clucky that his job is to get out and not to go fight Big Monster?
Xanthe.
All right, he'd listen. Okay.
Xanthe literally looks at Clucky and she's like, "You look like shit."
He'd be upset about it, but he'd listen.
We're not here to fight. We're here to get out. We need to protect the hatchling, okay? Leave it to Borrow.
Riley
Our battles.
Riley is not. It's not a 1,000 yards there. It's more of like 500 yards there. But will rummage in the bag of holding, and will give Clucky. Ooh, which one do I want to give him? Hold on. Did I use any of the spell slots today? Probably. We had a lot of fights. I'm gonna assume that I did.
You definitely did. You used a cleric spell of some kind. It was a big one that you used when you were in that room.
I am going to give Clucky a superior healing potion, so that is 8d4 plus 8.
As I'm the DM, I am going to have you roll it, and I will modify his character sheet for him.
Let's go.
I have a bigger one than that too, and I've been holding on for them in case of situations like this.
Clucky, drugs.
Drugs?
Drugs.
Drugs? Drugs. Please don't go the chicken drugs.
Oh god, we haven't done the mushroom trip yet, have we?
I don't think so.
Oh my god.
Technically, Borrow didn't let him have fully.
Not yet. Anyway.
He gets 32 hit points back.
32 points of healing, halved for raging. No, I'm kidding. But
would he be out of rage at this point?
I believe so. I have not been treating him as in rage anyway, but either way. You all begin your ascent in one turn. How far can people get?
My flying speed, I think, is 30 or 40 feet. Let me double check that real fast.
Just want to know who's on what level.
Right. Come on.
Some people don't make it out first. That's
I have
just the
30 feet of flying speed, so it'll be 30 feet at a time per turn for me.
But you can dash. So
yeah, so I'll use my action to dash. So 60
feet. You're just peeking ground level there. Fairuz and Janai.
Fairuz will be levitate. So rather than just floating upwards gradually, she will put her hand on Clucky and just catch a boost, if you will, for more expediency.
Clucky can go like 100 and something, right? Because he's got like 55 per round.
I thought that was only while he was raging, or am I?
That's just his fly
He's
speed.
not our Kokra,
Oh
so
shit!
he's not our Kokra. He flies. He's a speed boy.
So as Clucky starts going, because we know Clucky, he's gonna go. Riley will be using the Spy's Murmur to communicate to him where to go, how to avoid what, because he is hurt.
120 feet he can do. Just dashing. So
Riley will be making sure to keep mental communication with as many people as possible to make sure that this is a well-oiled machine.
If I may, Matt, basically what I'm communicating with Riley is I'm trying to get these things distracted on the main level and get them to moving, keeping my direction. Like if there was, left, right, or like north, south, east, west edges of the area.
Yeah.
To get them to follow me in one direction.
You want them following you. Like that's
so
that's the big
if I'm like
here.
farthest east, I just tell them go farthest west, keep going up.
Well, that's the thing. The elevator shaft is center in the tower.
Yes.
So they just gotta get past them, and two of them have not come down from that first level. Which is Clucky carrying somebody?
Fayruz is catching a ride, I think.
Yeah, Fayruz is grabbing, but isn't attached to 100%.
Gotcha. So if you are along for the entirety of the ride that Clucky takes you, then you actually go 20 feet above the hole that these things are coming out of into like the next hole above. So second floor, third floor you're peeking on. So you actually see Barrow fighting two of these things, it looks like, at a distance, and then when you go to the next level, there's two more ready to dive down that you basically shoot right up the middle of. And it's at that point... Oh, Janai, do you just dagger up to the ground level, I think?
Yeah. So however far people can get, I'm purposely staying behind the slowest person. Okay. So... If that's Xanthi right now, then I'm behind Xanthi.
Gotcha. To put you on a solid surface, because Xanthi's basically peeking out of the hole on ground level, I'll put you on ground level. So you are able to see all of this. That being said, I am going to flip a coin and see if things are more interested in Barrow or the chicken that just flew up between them.
Technically speaking, what Barrow wants to do is make sure that nobody gets the main level until he says so.
Oh.
That's what part of the Riley communication is. It's like, guys, go up, but don't come all the way up until I'm like, go. So, because we're still on turn one.
Yeah, that's what the strategizing is.
And that's why I'm waiting on the other two to attack me to then get to my turn.
I will say Xanthi also would be looking aggressively on every level that she passes to see if Barrow is on any of them. Mainly just to, if she can get the chance to try and yoink him out of there if he is willing to do so.
If that is the MO and that was communicated to Clucky, he does not rocket straight out of here. Although he would very much so like to. So instead, I'll have him prepare an action to attack something if it comes close. Alrighty. So that gives us to back into the rest of the initiative to the two that went after Barrow. They make their way down. One of them gets within melee of you. As I said, one would be able to. And a +7, so that's a 14 to hit.
Miss.
Second attack. That's even worse. I think that's a 2. Yeah, so that's a 9 to hit. The second one will come down. Keeping its distance, though, it is going to fire its spikes at you, and because one is within melee, it now has advantage. That's cocked. That is a 26 to hit.
That hits.
So that's going to be 8 points of piercing damage.
No, it isn't.
I know it's not.
And I reduce it to 0, which means that I'm sending that. Actually,
How many key points do you have, buddy?
I'm gonna save that key point,
Okay.
but it doesn't do
So-
damage.
Second attack. Or 2, so 15 plus 6 is 21 to hit.
That hits.
Alrighty. And you are out of reactions, homie. That is
Mhm.
7 points of piercing damage.
That's fine.
Alrighty. That brings us back to the top, the two that were already down here. Neither of which could make it to you. So now we are talking about more volleys of spikes. From the one that you actually hit.
Mhm.
That's going to miss. Then from the other one, first of all, I got to see if he gets his acid back. He does, but he's not going to use that. He's going to use a spike. I don't think so. That's a 17.
Nope, it's a miss.
And then we return to Barrow's turn in melee with 1, but there are now 3 that are closing on you.
Cool. I know that the party is going after me. So what I'm doing is I am holding my action so that basically this would be the moment where the communication would go to the party of, if you guys are ready, go. And then what I'm attempting to do is, well, they're already on me. So there's only one that didn't come close, right?
Well, one got into melee, the other 2 were close to melee, and then the third one intentionally stayed back.
But they've like mostly they've started to like more get closer to
They're
where I am.
coming to you, yeah.
So would it be safe to say that there is a, like, if the party were to exit and like lean into the opposite side of the tower as to keep ascending?
The only way up is through the elevator shaft, which is central in the tower. So
Right, but what's the width?
I think I have the platform as a 20-foot radius, so fairly large.
Right. So 25 radius means like each person occupies 5 feet, which means
Yeah,
that
so
I can
there's
have
plenty
them
of
exit
space
on
there.
right. So I can have them exit on the 5 feet.
You're trying to
furthest-
nickel and dime.
Yes, that's
The
basically. I'm
edge of
trying
the
to have
circle.
them exit on the 5 feet furthest from where we are. So there's 20 feet of the gap of the center platform
Acknowledged.
plus whatever ground that I'm covering.
Acknowledged.
And what was I going to say? So then that is there. If I use, cool. If you guys, okay, so as these things are coming at me, and I know that they're here, I'm basically holding my action, letting the party know for them to go, letting Riley know where in the circle of the platform to emerge.
Mhm.
And I am holding my action. If any of the creatures turns their attention to them, my action is going to go to that creature.
Alrighty. Then it is at this point that I will let the party move. Knowing everybody's ranges and everything, everybody could make it to the next, not just the next floor, but the next floor beyond that. With Clucky being the only one who could actually make it several floors in this moment. With Feyruz in tow as a very nice balloon. With that, I am basically going to, because unless anybody says they're moving stealthily, I'm just going to flip a coin on whether or not they stay on Barrow or if they turn to the last person on their way up, which as wished, would be Janai.
Yes, but can I be moving stealthily?
You may roll a stealth check, but that means that you can. Well, you're teleporting anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So, stealthily anyway, if you are still trying to remain as Anchor, because that way they won't target you if you are still the last one there.
25.
Okay, 25 definitely beats their passives. Xanthi would be the next person in the order after everybody moves.
Can, as part of the effort of communication, can Riley do their best to try to nix some of the attention that we got?
How would you like to provide the help action to Xanthi?
That's a great question.
Communicate, child.
Sounds like the answer is can you provide the help action?
Yes. I've been making rules behind the scenes. We're good.
Gotcha.
I think what Riley would try to do, being held captive in a military fort comes with some of its advantages. So from overheard conversations or experiments that have been done on her or other things like that, would essentially try her best, especially with just facts that Petrichor has of like birds and aviation stuff of their side of the worlds. Try to give Xanthi mental pointers on how to fly the quietest, if that makes any sense. Like different tactics and things that birds of prey use to be as quiet flying through the air as possible.
Another thing to note, if Xanthi is moving stealthily, successful or not, you can only move up to half your speed, which means that you would be 10 feet from the second floor rather than going beyond it.
I will say, Xanthi, especially like with the child in tow, probably would be doing her best to stick to the shadows if there are any available. She is not going to be like, she's gonna probably try and speed up whenever they're in between floors, but if they are passing by an open floor, she is going to try to pretty much slow down the flaps of her leather wings to try and keep them as silent as she possibly can.
Alrighty. I will call that as you may make a stealth check with advantage.
Advantage! I love advantage. Right.
There's a part of me that's like, I wish I could make the stealth roll, but given circumstances, it does not work that way.
Yeah, I know. Like, Xanthi, she can be decent at stealth.
Sure.
But
I just know I'm better at it.
hold on, what is her stealth currently? It's been a while since I've had to, like, aside from like last session.
It's been.
Oh, I keep forgetting. I already have advantage on stealth because I believe of my.
It's been 5 months, y'all.
For some reason, I have advantage on stealth. I don't know why it says that on my thing, but
I can dig deep. Trying to figure out why.
I have advantage on stealth. Okay. All right. So that first is that's a 10. You do better. Don't fuck this shit up for me. Oh, that's so much better. It's a 19 plus 2 for a 21.
21 does pass. Oh my lord.
The way that worked is really something.
Guys, be telling stories.
My types of manifestation when it comes to the things that I want out of the universe is a little bit aggressive, but sometimes you just gotta pinch the belly button and it works.
Weird. I found out why you have stealth, and that would be because you are, or advantage on stealth. That's because you're wearing boots of Elvenkind, which would not help you right now. So it's a good thing that you had the help action.
Yeah, boots of Elvenkind give you advantage.
I'm not walking on anything.
If you're walking, because it cancels out this sound.
Yep, 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 yep.
Doesn't
Can
count.
I
All
stick the boots of oven kind of my wings? And then have
Not how that works.
No.
You have
ladies,
advantage for me
Stampy,
anyway.
no.
It's
Well, I passed it. That's all that matters in the end, right?
Yes. So because he has so much movement, I will give Clucky the chance to roll stealth because he's going to be getting out of the way anyway. Oops, I'm not rolling my actual dice. I'm rolling in D&D Beyond because I don't trust my actual dice for players.
Tarzan, get your ass in here.
Okay. So Clucky rolled an 8. That means that now I got to figure out if somebody would be more interested in. Actually, to be fair, Fairuz, would you like to offer the help action to Clucky fucking McCluckerson?
Yes.
Alrighty, let's see if he can't do a little better than an 8.
A lucky
last
balloon, I guess.
Lucky balloon.
Plot twist. she slammed
17.
him.
17, and these things are working off of, since there is multiple of them, I set the DC at 17. Meets it, beats it. Everybody stealths past this. Well, everybody stealths this turn. Xanthi moving at half speed. You are almost out, but Baro, you got one turn left. You had your held action, and you see that Xanthi. You and Xanthi. I'll give this to Taylor. You and Xanthi make eye contact with each other, even though you can't see.
Xanthi definitely gives you can feel the na-na-na-na-na-nas coming off of her of just being like, do I need to keep going or like do I need to hold out my hand, buddy?
I believe that Riley would tell you you need to keep going.
You'd hear the mental message. We gotta go.
Xanthi just sighs and she glares at Baro again with the na-na-nas of just he can feel the whole just
I would also say probably too though.
Yeah, this motherfucker.
I'll probably also say something like you're seeing that these things are attacking Baro, but you're seeing that he's handling himself pretty well. Like they're making some.
He's also so humble about it.
Very humble about it. He's very, very humble. But you see that some of they're scratching and making some damage with some of their talents and stuff. But these things are throwing thorns at him, and he's just bashing these things away, grabbing them, breaking them, and he's just keeping these things at bay. He's doing what he's good at. So it's not like he's oh my god, he's in danger. He's fine.
If the DM will allow it, considering that I did pass my stealth check, and Baro's hearing is also very much a lot more enhanced than the other characters, possibly the enemies. Xanthi probably would just sit there and grumble under her breath, just going,
We do it using the Spy's Murmur, please.
we do have the Spy's Murmur. Yeah! I forget that.
That's what I've been communicating
Yeah.
the whole time.
So Xanthi literally in the Spy's Murmur just goes, you better get the fuck out of there alive, you motherfucker, or myself, and not only that, the child will
too
never
slow,
forgive
Xanthi.
you.
Too slow. He's just he's too busy. He's too. You need to go.
Xanthi, are you remaining in that spot stealthed, or are you going to take?
I'm flapping and flying. I'm
Right,
flapping and flying.
That breaks your stealth then?
My little leather wings are going.
To be fair, does that mean that you are then breaking your stealth to continue up further at a faster rate, like Baro was suggesting?
If
Riley would tell you at this point, it would be more beneficial to do so because based on the movement we saw of the other ones, we could probably clear and still be out of their range before they could get to us.
All right, as long as Xanthi is given the okay of hey, we're safe, there's not going to be anything else chasing us, or aside from that, Xanthi is fucking booking it, and she's going to be dashing probably the rest in the whole entire way.
Riley will also give Clucky the all clear.
Alrighty. Clucky was already beyond. Clucky would then go for it then. He would just take off. 3 additional floors because that's what 60 feet additional gets you. But for Xanthi, since you are going to be at that limit, breaking your stealth from that position, that's going to be 4 flips of the Claybeard Studios D2 to see if any of them decide to fight you rather than borrow.
Could I argue that they have so far up to this point been trying to focus on one particular target as well, and that actually gives them disadvantage on noticing other things because dinner is quote unquote served?
Potentially, but Dinner is also fighting back.
Yeah.
You know what? Go ahead.
this is-
Matt, just roll it. Just roll it. It's fine. I accept my fate. Roll it.
Kruthic number 1. Kruthic number 2. Kruthic number 3. Kruthic number 4. 1 Kruthic turns. Borrow, you had a held action.
Yes, I do. Could we
As
say
it
that?
turns, screech, and frills up, getting ready to fire quills in Xanthi's direction as she is. Actually, I'm going to make this more intimidating to incentivize you even more. It hunches back against the wall as if it intends to leap at this flying target. Like a jumping spider.
Can I take an attack on this mofo?
You had your held action for this exact moment. By all means, swing away.
Does a 22 hit?
22 does hit.
And can you give me...
I will give you this. To make it to this person,
Yes.
or to make it to this Kruthic. Oh, wait. That was the one that you were hitting. You moved. Would have been the first one. This is the one that you're in melee with. Never mind. Yes. So go ahead. 22,
Beautiful.
absolutely.
All right, and can you give me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Sure. What's the DC?
17, so make it less.
Okay, alrighty. All above board. They got a +3.
Make it minus.
That is a 14 on the die, 17 exactly.
Okay, but what if
That's
it
it.
doesn't, though?
You got
Little
you
guy
got some
gives you
barbs that's
disadvantage.
silvery. Doesn't mark
I
that
have
way.
little guy to basically like lick its eye and distract it and make it...
If you happen to have silvery barbs from somewhere, you could re-roll.
Xanthi's out of silvery barbs.
That's okay.
How do you mean? Are you out of spell slots?
Borrow, if you can't, it'll be okay, buddy. It'll be okay.
Okay. Sounds like damage is incoming then.
Wait. Little guy doesn't give me anything on attacks, yeah?
No.
Might
Yes. Yes, he does.
Yes, he
What?
does.
So the advantage is for ability checks, but there's a different feature with his inspiring help that allows him to give the d6 to attacks instead of damage.
So like the attack roll.
Yeah, so you can add a d6 to the attack roll or to the damage roll of that attack.
Or to the damage roll. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So let's do damage for now. That's going to
Okay.
be 10 points of slashing plus 10 points of slashing plus 2 points of lightning damage plus I'm going to add that d6. So that's going to be another 4 points of slashing damage.
So 16 total.
And is there a way that Borrow can grapple this thing?
It is a size category larger than you, so you would have disadvantage on your athletics check.
Does Xanthi
And it would be
still
athletics.
is
Well-
Xanthi like now out of the range of this thing trying to attack her due to the fact that Borrow is involved in it? Or
Nope, I'm waiting to figure out how much Borrow fucks this thing up so that I can set a DC to see if it turns on Borrow instead.
All right.
Well, I still have another attack.
I know you do. It's technically your turn because you shifted yourself in initiative because that's how
Correct.
held action should go.
Correct. And I'm assuming a 30 hits.
30 does hit.
So that is going to be another 6 points of slashing
Mhm.
plus full 10 points of. Oh, no, sorry. 10 points of slashing damage. What did I just say? 10 points of slashing damage. And then one other extra point of lightning. Does the little guy thing applies to both of my attacks or just one?
One attack, I believe.
Okay. Would, for the fuck of it, could I try to roll an athletics to see what happens?
You used 2 attacks. This you would have to bonus action flurry of blows or use your martial arts, which I did look at your character sheet, sir. I think that you have 1 bonus action attack left. So you're welcome to try. If you want to dedicate your bonus action, do that.
I mean, I don't have much. I don't have much options because I cannot attack anymore. I don't have key points anymore.
Monks have the martial arts feature. As a bonus action, you may make a single unarmed strike.
Would I be able to tell after these 2 attacks whether or not I have gotten this thing's attention back? Provided that also, like, if I need to use my movement, this is within my range, so I'm trying to put myself, especially if you said that he arched himself against the wall, I'm trying to put myself between it and Xanthi.
His attention is on you.
Wonderful. How's he looking? Probably fine.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I've done this before, so let's try.
What is it? What are we doing?
The grapple? You said that I can do it with that extra bonus, or it's just a bonus?
Yeah. So you will roll a athletics check at disadvantage.
It's probably not gonna, I'm no Clucky, and it's probably not gonna work out. But let's see what happens.
I believe in you, Borrow.
That's a 15.
You know what? That it does not work.
That's okay.
Gotcha.
At least I got it on my attention. I think after all of that happens, he sees this thing looking at Xanthi. He goes, gives a couple of slashes with it, and then just tries to grab it. It doesn't work, but hopefully just the getting on him just makes him more exacerbated about Borrow.
Yeah.
And Xanthi will hear in her head just go.
And that is when Xanthi, you make it
Xanthi's booking
20 feet, or actually past floor 2 to the bottom of floor 3.
I will say, though, Xanthi is going to clock knowing exactly where Borrow is, and she is also going to be measuring the amount of distance that she is flying between where Borrow is located and where they are going to land.
Okay.
Question for the end.
Yeah.
Because I still technically have my movement.
Yep.
I would like to try to move, getting the attention of these things in the circumference, like on the wall. So I can walk. I can do wall runs.
Okay.
So I want to basically get this attention over here with the other ones too, and just start running. But I want to use those 30 feet, and I'm actually running up the wall, diagonally in the opposite direction of the party.
Gotcha.
Diagonal. I'll take opportunity attack if needed.
That is how that's going to go. It's going to be a 13 to hit.
It's a miss.
Gotcha. Got it. Alrighty. Moving through then, that's going to bring up the Kruthic again. This one that is assailing you currently. Yes. As you run from this one, it will move to catch up as much as it can. And then it's going to take a spike attack, which is going to miss. The next one behind it would actually end up being closer. So that one's going to try to attack in melee, which is going to be a 21 to hit, which I do believe hits. Second attack is going to be a dirty 20 to hit, which I do believe misses. So 1 hit of damage on Borrow is going to end up being 13 points of piercing damage. So that was cruising number 1. Then number 2, which goes before Borrow. Actually, no, wait, that was that one. This one moved. So now it's Kruthik number 1. This will be the first one that you are attacking. Actually gets back in melee with you. So now you do have 2 on you.
Oh, shit, is he
They have
flying?
advantage. That is a total of 25 to hit.
That hits.
And that's going to be 12 points of piercing damage.
Mhm.
Second attack. 8 or 9. That one is going to miss. And then the last one, not able to get up to you, is going to attack with its spikes. That is going to be a 26 to hit.
Mhm.
Minimum damage, that is 5 points of damage. Second attack. Going to miss with a 17. So,
All right. The one that did land, I reduced the damage to 0.
got it. Gotcha. And that brings it back to your turn. The party is on their way.
How far above me is the party currently, distance-wise?
You are technically on floor 1.
Mm-hmm.
Janai is on floor 2.
Okay,
Xanthi is on floor 3.
cool.
That's Xanthi and Riley. Clucky and Feyruz are on floor 6.
Out of all other floors, how many floors are in total, and how many feet would that be?
20 floors. Over 400 feet.
Okay, still not a bother to me.
So, Borrow, what
Mhm.
would you like to do then?
You said the Janai's on the second floor.
Yes.
Would you say that I'd be able to, with my tremor sense, know that it's Janai?
Mm-hmm.
You know where I am. They don't.
Yeah.
And they never will.
I think I'm going to hold my action once again.
Okay.
I'm going to communicate with Janai. Hurry, like keep going up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to hold my action.
I mean, I think the way that you've noticed Janai moving is Janai has been, in a way, holding as well, like waiting for the party to get, and then just disappearing and reappearing.
Mhm.
So you kind of get the sense that they're waiting for Xanthi to move far enough.
The thing is that Borrow, currently right now, if Borrow were to move, and then the next thing that happens is these things move. Well, no, technically, Janai would have a chance to move to the third floor.
Yeah, I can move.
Yeah,
if I'm lucky enough, almost
much?
5 floors.
Up almost 5 floors.
Yeah, if I'm
Well, I
lucky
don't
enough.
know. I don't think Borrow knows that though. I mean, you said that each floor is like 20 feet height.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Kruthik will never spot me. On a technical level, I can't roll below 25, so they will never see me.
I don't know what their perception is.
Not 25.
It's below 25.
Also, I don't know that Borrow knows that either. So I think
You
what
know
I'm going to
nothing,
do.
Borrow, we
I
feel.
know nothing. Borrow's no. Borrow is going to hold his action again. He's just going to let Janai know to just go. And I'm going to hold my action You know what? No. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my action to disengage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to continue running, basically like around the circumference in like a slow ascent. Just
Okay.
trying to keep these things from like keeping myself away from them. And that's what I'm going to be doing as I'm going slowly up. But I'm just basically moving myself, getting myself away from melee range from any of them.
And what is your speed?
50.
50 feet. Okay. So you do outrun these things by 10 feet. So with that being said, we do move to the party. Clucky and Feyruz, with Clucky's speed, you will be ascending 6 more floors to floor 12. Anything that you would like to do, Feyruz? Or are you just along for the ride?
I'll stay along for the ride. I'm not sure if any of the Kruthic in the time that we were flying up, because we're going through the elevator shaft, would have had a line of sight that would allow for like targeting. Because she does have a range up to 120 feet. I'm just not sure if angles would allow for it. That's fine.
Gotcha. Yeah. Xanthi, moving at your full speed, you will ascend another 3 floors to floor 6.
So I'm still behind Clucky, correct?
Very far. You are half as far up the tower as Clucky would be. That's if you use your entire turn for movement.
Now, not Petrichor, Riley is currently coherent, correct? And is able to process and do things, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. She is immediately just going to turn her back to Riley. Just go, your magic carpet. You're able to use it, right?
We did discuss that the answer is yes.
That's not what I'm looking at.
It's just getting it out of the bag and then using it. You're trying to remember what the command phrase is?
No, that's not what I'm looking at.
That or like Xanthi would be willing to take out her broom if she is.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
What did you say the first time? What did you ask?
Your flying carpet. You can use it, yes?
Yeah.
All right, take it out. Whoosh. And as soon as the carpet is stable and she makes sure that Riley is like properly on it, she is going to look at them and go, keep going, keep ascending. Do not stop. Do not do anything. Anything else aside from making sure you get the fuck out of here. Do you understand me?
Mm-hmm. And I think what Riley actually does, instead of waiting to be stabilized on the carpet, is just from your back will jump up as high as she can and then tuck the carpet under her and saying the word to get activated and then going.
She is going to look at Riley and go, make sure you fucking connect with Clucky as soon as you guys get to the top. Do you understand me? Keep moving. Do not stop. I do not fucking care what you hear. Do not stop. And she is just pretty much going to make sure the child ascends. And if the DM will allow it, I would like to cast Dimension Door, which has a length of 500 feet.
500 feet, yep.
To go to where she had clocked where Barrow was fighting on that particular level. And I understand I'm going to have to do it 2 times in order to do so. Mm-hmm. But you are literally going to watch this Dimension Door open up, and as she just barks out, Barrow! Your party fucking needs you!
And 4 heads turn in your direction.
And she's fine with that. She is fine with that. She literally extends her hand out, and whether he can take it or not, and she's willing to take whatever damage is to come to it, and she goes, fucking move your ass!
Alrighty. So...
And I would like to prepare, like, an action for my next turn, if at all. I've already used an action, but,
yes.
as soon as Barrow comes in contact with Xanthi, she would like to try and pull him back through because I am allowed to take one willing member with me through the dimensional door
This is
to
true.
immediately shoot him back upwards and take him out of this situation if possible.
Riley, what is the speed of the carpet?
40.
Okay, so you could use your action to dash with this.
But I also have bonus action I can dash.
Mhm.
Which is why I'm wondering, how far can I push the base rate speed of this thing?
This is now a creature that you have mounted, or not a creature, this is a mount for you, so it follows your rules. So you could
I can go
move
120 feet around.
6 floors, which would bring you...
Correction! I can go... Nope, it is 120. I was
Yes.
doing the math right.
So that brings you to floor number 8 as Xanthi has brought herself back to floor number 1.
I'm going to point out too that Santi went to where she saw Barrow, which is literally the opposite side of the circle, because Barrow literally started running around to lead these things away.
Well, Xanthi doesn't
Are we
know
gonna-
that,
Are we
so
gonna...
he's just trying to make
meet
sure
in the
that she
middle?
can borrow back to the party. That
I
is
am-
your concern.
Yeah, she just, if only she trusted the one wise person of the party for once, it'd be nice.
There's a
Team
difference
Crashy
between
Brewer.
trust, and also she does not want to be stuck being responsible for the rest of these individuals. That is a goddamn anthropomorphic chicken.
Janai, what is it going to be for your turn?
I don't know. The current plan just got schnickered.
Doesn't it always? God, schnickered. I'm gonna have to remember that.
I'm going. Janaya's going to. Was about to I was gonna say about to throw up. Yeah, I'm about to throw up. I think I'm gonna. Barrow would want me to move, so I am going to roll my little teleport.
Okay. How many feats?
We're gonna find out.
We'll find out today.
Oh, it's only 30.
Okay.
So I move
so-
halfway up to the next floor and then come back down.
Basically, yeah. Like it lands and then you teleport to it. So next floor, that brings you to floor number 3. Got it. That.
Oh
brings
wait,
us
no, that's
to-
30 foot. Floor 4.
You
Or does
were.
it? I
at
was
floor
on.
number 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotcha. So that brings us to Le Cruthix, chasing down Barrow. That is going to be a bunch of volleys. Number 1. Miss. Number 2. Also a miss. Second Cruthix. Number 1. That is going to be a 24 to hit. This is a ranged attack.
To me?
Yes.
Okay.
That is going to be 6 points of piercing damage.
No, it isn't.
Didn't think so, but have to declare it. That was number 2. Cruthing number 2, attack number 2. So Cruthing number 3, attack number 1. That's going to miss. Attack number 2. That is a natural 20. So 6, 7, 8, plus 4, 12 points of piercing damage for you. And finally, Cruthix number 4 turns the other way to shoot at Xanthi Nightingale.
Don't two Cruth. Oh, right. Never mind.
Xanthi, that is going to be a 21 to hit you.
That hits.
That will be a total of 10 points of piercing damage.
I'm still up.
Second attack. That is a 14 to hit you.
That misses.
Didn't think it would hit. Borrow, we have returned to your turn.
You said 10 points, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sorry, I had to confirm.
You are good. I kind of wish that our audience could see the private chat blowing up about what's supposed to be happening right now. But alas, it is Borrow's turn, as Borrow and Xanthi are trying to meet around the outside edge of a racetrack.
Is this like, would the dimension door be like open currently, like behind?
Yes,
Xanthi
it
or
will be
something?
open currently because she is already
well,
preparing to send another.
Dimension door is not gate, so there is not actually a
there's
door.
no. I just need to make contact with her.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I have enough speed to meet her. I think it would be just a matter of like, if her hand is extended, Borrow just rushes to her and like goes around the circle and just sort of lands in front of her so that she can touch his back, because he's basically like putting himself in front of her in case he needs to like defend her while she's casting. So that's what he's doing. It's just basically like he knows that he needs to make contact with her, so he's just getting himself so he can be in contact range, but his attention is on these things. So that means that I'm going to do dodge action plus the movement, or guard. Actually, there's a guard, defend, whatever.
And I will just say, if
Apologies.
possible, from DM, like as soon as, like for my next turn, whenever it is my turn, as soon as she's able to make contact with Borrow, she is going to yoink him in through the portal. Once she opens it. But I understand there is an array of how we must go about things, so.
Yes, I was just doing calculations because the radius from the center of this tower to the outside edge of this room is 60 feet. I just did the math to try and calculate the circumference of this room, which would be 376 feet and change. The two of you ending up on opposite sides of the room means that that distance would have been cut in half to 190 feet. Xanthi on her turn moved 30 feet around, meaning that there is along the wall 160 feet of a gap that needs to be closed for Borrow and Xanthi to meet up for this extraction.
All right.
So
But Xanthi,
how much journey do I need to do? Sorry,
160 feet.
However, upon Xanthi's turn, when she comes back around to cast a spell, she can move an additional 30 to cut it down, so you have to make 130 feet.
Well, I can just I'll just use dash. That's 100 feet.
That's 100 feet, which would mean that there is 60 feet left. And that will bring us to Xanthi's turn.
60 feet left.
There's 60 feet between you and Borrow at the end of his turn.
So do I still have my movement?
This is the top of your turn.
Yeah, but that means that you can't get to me in the next turn.
Well, okay. Hold on. Give me a minute. Let me do the math here. So 60 feet. We are 60 feet away, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I have maybe it depends on a dice roll potential solution, which is a running long jump. You can extend how far you can move depending on a dice roll.
The standard for how long you jump is based off of your strength score.
So what roll would I need to make for that?
Well, you're flying, so you're not going to be doing any running long jumps.
It would be for me, but I don't. My borrow is dexterity, so like it wouldn't be relevant. Like I wouldn't be able to close enough of a gap because my strength is.
Well, if you could close the gap by 15 feet.
I just closed the gap by moving 100 feet on my turn.
Okay, all right.
That's why we have 60.
And you don't have any key points left.
Nope.
All right, give me a moment. Let me look
I
through.
wasn't expecting to have company.
Let me see how Dimension Door works.
Xanthi, I will
Yes.
tell you, I can get to you on my turn if you wanted to. Take your action to use the dodge action. You can. So you can close the gap with 30 feet and take your dodge action so your attacks against you are at disadvantage. If you want to do that.
Or hold your action so that when Barrow's within touch, you can just immediately cast Dimension Door.
But that means that there's 2 attacks that are going to potentially go to her.
Those are your options.
Hold on, let me take a look at my reactions real fast before I make this decision. Because I keep forgetting I also do have reactions.
Janai's looking down into this chamber like, what's happening? How far ahead is everyone else from where Janai is on floor 3? No, I'm looking to see.
This is actually a good time for me to actually, while they're figuring out mechanics.
Riley's on floor
Plucky and Fairuz.
8.
Mm-hmm.
Plucky and Fairuz will move another 6 floors to floor 18 of 20.
How far away were we before that?
You're on floor
612.
So honestly, the tower itself is very unpopulated with Gruthig at this point, because most of them came out to fight Barrow, Clucky, and Janai. So this is kind of the last opposition.
All right, so I still have my action and my bonus action.
You have your whole turn.
All right. If I were to use my action to, so we are what, 100 and you said 30 feet away?
60 feet apart.
60 feet. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to use my action to dash towards Barrow to where it's going to be 60 feet, closing the gap to 100 feet. And...
No, you close the gap total completely.
Yeah, if you use your action, you guys will be in melee with each other.
Yeah, you just won't be able to use the door on this turn, but we're like next to each other.
Okay, so I would like to use my action to dash to get close to Barrow to close in.
Then at the end of both of your turns, you guys are in. You guys clasp hands. Is that all that you would like to do?
So as my bonus action, can I use a spell on my bonus action if it is considered a bonus action?
Yes, if the casting time is a bonus action, you can.
All right. I would like to... What enemies are coming towards us currently?
There is 4 Kruthic Hive Lords.
All right.
That are all varying distances from you, but none in melee.
All right, give me a moment. Let me go through this spell just real fast because I don't cast it very often, but...
What is the spell?
It is Dragon's Breath.
Yes, you could do that. So you would then be able to target. It's a big ass cone. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's a cone of 15 feet from what it's. So
okay.
Cone of 15 feet.
Yeah, if it's a 15-foot cone, nobody is going to be. None of the enemies are close enough for you to hit.
I would at least. Well, the thing is, Dragon's Breath is still active even after I activate it. Correct?
Mm-hmm. So it would be up. Yeah, it's just if your next turn is Dimension Dooring out of here, you're not going to be able to Dragon's Breath anybody anyway.
Okay. I still would like to maybe, if possible, use it as a scare tactic to try and see if the enemies will hesitate to attack, if that is possible.
I'll take that. Go ahead, cast it.
Like an intimidation situation.
Yeah. Give me your... What is your spell save DC?
20. Dexterity.
20. Right. I'm not doing a dexterity check. I'm going to basically call this a wisdom save because you're using this as an intimidation tactic. See if any of them are hungry enough to persist. 3, 4. Okay. Will that be all for your turn? You do not know the results until the end of your turn.
All right. Well, with that, she is going to pretty much as soon as she meets Borrow, she's just going to kind of step to the side. She's going to lower herself almost in an animalistic position as she whispers into her hands, and then she extends outwards as these bolts of lightning start just clawing at the ground, heading right towards these individuals. And casting Dragon's Breath with the lightning elemental. And she then just prepares herself as soon as she is able to do so. Dimension door the fuck out of there.
With that being said, Kruthic numbers 1, 3, and 4 turn to leave. Meaning that number 2 is the only one who will proceed. Was chasing Borrow, who just moved 100 feet. They have 40 feet. That means that they have one turn at disadvantage to try and shoot with spikes. That's cocked.
By the way, Dragon's Breath was cast at 3rd level.
Amazing. Both spikes miss. Given the fact that all of the opposition is down here, Xanthi, on your turn, you cast Dimension Door all the way out?
All the way out. As soon as she makes contact with Borrow, she raises her other hand, snaps her finger, and she grabs Borrow by the shoulder, and she's just like, "Forgive me, my friend. We need to get the fuck out of here because honestly, we could all use a good rest after this bullshit." And then just yoinks him.
Amazing.
If he would allowed to do so, obviously he has an option to resist if he would like to.
After all this, Victor, would you
I
like
wouldn't
to
be
resist?
surprised. Hence why I.
That would have been some shenanigans. But either way, Xanthi and Borrow, you are teleported to above the pinnacle of Skyreach Citadel. Borrow in Xanthi's arms as she is flying. That being said, shortly afterwards, Clucky and Faeruz breaching the top as well through what looks like a broken stained glass to meet with them. Shortly after that, on a flying carpet, Riley by herself, and I'm not going to charge Janai any more charges, but through various teleports like the 4th Okage, Janai, you can.
Oh,
get
I
yourself
was
all the way up
going.
and out.
That's fine. I was going to actually open my sky sail, burn through the last of my key points, cast Gust of Wind, and propel myself up. Thank you. I needed the path to be clear.
Save your key points, but that is still how it happens. Just pushing yourself all the way up and out. You all then, I'm going to say, follow directions that I believe Faeruz and Janai would know the best. Back to the entrance of the tunnel where your lion drake, Aslani, has been waiting, along with your cart and everything else that you guys left behind. And with that, everybody, we will take a short break. Meeting back here in just a wee bit. Gonna do the 5-minute countdown timer again, and we will see you all on the other side. Stick around.
Welcome back, everybody. Um, our DM will return to us very shortly. In the meantime, he wanted us to let you know that he's going to level us up like 5 levels because of this accomplishment. Um, Matt, if you don't agree with this, just show us right now, like show up and give us a thumbs up. Oh, didn't happen. Okay. So I guess we're getting 5 levels now. That's amazing. Thank you for your generosity, Matt. Everybody just give a round of applause to our great, very generous GM, Bartholomew, as I like to call him. And so, yeah, he did tell us that we can go ahead and do some RP now that we have returned to the entrance of the cave from where we began, where the mount, I believe, is. And yeah, we can take it from there. Oh, hi, Matt.
We're so happy to take those 3 levels that you
We
gave
do
us.
appreciate the 3 levels. We really do.
I think it's well deserved.
Sure.
I am not a part of this. I would like that to be said out loud that I do not.
Riley is the only surviving member of the party.
Anyways, you all return to the tunnel leading below the surface of the sands that you left as Lonnie the Land Drake at honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, 2 days ago? Something along those lines. So yeah, definitely a moment to be had. He's still there. No signs of anything being wrong with his stay there. But yes, he does look up, seeing Feyruz first, probably. The Lion Drake does speak Draconic, so anybody who can would hear him say, I was beginning to think that you would not return, but I knew better.
Sorry, go ahead, Favors.
Rose releases, would have released Cocky by now, and is just making a beeline for Islani, throws her arms around his neck, and there is a very loud, audible sigh hidden into his mane. And then she's just like, we are fine for the most part. For the most part.
The only thing Xanthi says to this is it like, so are they like a sphinx of sorts, or
kind of. They are a cross between like a mountain lion and like a small dragon. So
Xanthi just simply turns to them and just says in Draconic, just and she just goes, we at least made it out alive. And that is pretty much all she says as she goes to look at Barrow and just make sure he seems okay.
Oro has taken damage. You know, he's got some scars and stuff on him, but nothing that he hasn't handled before. But you would have noticed that after you emerge from the dimension door, he hasn't addressed you. He just focused on Riley and using the murmurs. We just checked out with them. And are you okay?
It's complicated. And
When
is making, not quite staring daggers at Feyruz, but is noticeably upset at Feyruz.
Do you wish to
as
tell
a little
me?
bit of a point of bookkeeping, it took you all 2 hours to reach this point.
Do you wish to share with me what happened? Why you said what you said?
Feyruz and I, while we were down there, made a promise and she broke it.
How so?
Feyruz wanted the orb before we all got out. We made a tentative agreement that I would give the orb back to Feyruz when all of us made it out of the Citadel. She restrained me and took it anyways.
She restrained you.
That's what I said, isn't it?
Do you wish to bring this to conversation and discussion with the whole party?
It's fine.
It doesn't have to be. The journey is still not over. If there is something that we need to address with the people that we're traveling with, now is better than after. But it'd be your call.
If I say something wrong and Feyruz decides to leave, that's a big travel advantage that we've lost, and I'm not willing to risk that. Plus, Feyruz isn't traveling with us for the rest of this journey. Not after this dimension, so I can hold on to some hurt feelings and talk about it later. We've got more important things right now.
Very well. What would you like to do next?
Sleep. I'm not hurt like you guys, but it's been a long day.
I agree. I'm glad that you are okay, despite it all.
I think I'm the only one that didn't actually take any physical damage during this, so
That's not always a point of relief.
add it to the pile.
Hey, you did good.
Doesn't feel like it.
All I know is you asked for help. And by the time that I could sense what was happening below, danger was gone where you were.
That was Xanthi, not me.
I'm sure that you helped.
Riley is like stepping back into what that fight was and genuinely didn't. Riley's entire thing was getting that orb and getting out, but doesn't mention it.
Is Petrichor okay?
And there's an immediate like shift in not necessarily mood, but that moment where you're like, oh shit, I haven't even thought about that kind of a thing. And there's a half second and they just nod. I think so.
Well, maybe the two of you could use a little support from someone less talkative than me. And Borrow moves his scarf, and you see little guy's eye, and before he just jumps on you and like gets on your head, just like climbs on you.
There's a little, barely audible giggle and a slight smile.
I feel like for Borrow is that moment of, I'll take that. At least that I'll take. And I think after that, he's going to try to find Fairuz.
How hurt does Janai look at the moment?
Not terribly. They still look pretty okay. Like they've got. Well, did I put the illusion back up? I did. So you can't really tell past the illusion.
It was Xanthi who seemed to have taken the most damage, if I recall.
Yeah.
The most blood.
Xanthi ended up getting healed 30-something. Same with Clucky. Granted, Xanthi was further down than Clucky, so they're sitting.
Xanthi was at
like
2
this.
hit points before she got that potion being like forced around her, and like, no, Xanthi drink as she's flying. That's pretty much how I imagine the whole situation, because Xanthi, she was not focused on herself. She was more focused on making sure the baby was safe, but probably at some point the baby forced a health potion down Xanthi's throat as she was flying before she went into conflict with the bug individuals in Barrow and everything, before she sent Petrichor off on their little carpet ride like Aladdin.
At that point, Fairuz would be sort of sitting next to her cot, and she is holding the orb, and she's sort of scrutinizing it with a furrowed brow and this somberness that isn't common at all.
I think Borrow approaches, you hear the little bells as he moves and then finds part of the cart and sort of turns on it and just leans on it with his staff. Did you get it?
We did. Though I did not even realize the nature of it until now, and now we have more questions than answers.
You also
I
see.
do.
Go ahead.
She sort of tucks the orb into her sleeve, her pocket, wherever these little trinkets of hers seem to disappear off into thin air on her person, and says, I do apologize for what measures were needed to get to it, though I am not remorseful of what has happened. Some things unnecessary. I will speak to Riley again at a later date, when they feel comfortable to do so.
Good. Because I'm not the one you're supposed to apologize to.
I'm well aware, but you two are close. And it is worth for you knowing there was no ill intent.
I had a feeling. Still, there must have been a reason for you to take such drastic actions if an agreement had been struck.
An agreement had been struck. An exchange of items, assistance for assistance, and then an extraneous variable in the plan, which affects I more so than you. Any of you. And she is speaking out loud, and she's making no effort to hide her voice, because this is something she has no opposition to the party knowing, and it would be better for them to do so. Something that has occurred to me that may not sit so heavily within yourselves. You seek to open a portal back to a different dimension. You would leave this world, and you're free to do so. But whatever consequences lay in your wake by your actions or ours combined affect those who remain. And some of us do not have the privilege of being able to simply move on. And we must take this into consideration. If I may ask, Matt, how is the feeling towards Baro and the Naginata at the moment? Is there anything not quite right in this moment?
Give me an insight check.
Oh, yay. Let's see how this goes. I believe she's too fixated on the orb at this moment because that was in that one for a 4. One pull is clearly stronger than the other.
As much as you would like to try and get a bearing on potentially any sort of change that might have occurred in Baro with this relationship that he has developed with this weapon of the elements, your mind keeps going back to an orb and a Tao.
I must speak with my benefactor. I suspect things have been kept from me, and I don't like things being kept from me. It's terribly inconvenient in this world. We should find somewhere to rest. I suspect we will need our strength soon enough.
Before that, are you trying to suggest that this orb and our journey to leave here, were we to attempt it using such power, could alter and damage this dimension as we leave?
It's difficult to say. I would like to know more, and that is also why I would not risk it. Better to shoulder the responsibility of this world on one who is from this world. I suppose, in a way. We must uncover information. Are you familiar with an item such as this on your travels in the past? And again, it seemed as if the orb is pulled from nothingness.
Boros just sort of senses your hand and then senses like the weight shifting in your hand. I am not too knowledgeable about magics or things that may be identified by sight.
It is an orb of devastation. I've not encountered one before. As you can imagine, it takes great power to create. Even more power and a terrifying sheer force of will to activate. By our will or not, this will have catastrophic consequences unless further measures are taken. And her voice sort of catches for a moment.
And your benefactor asks you for this.
Yes, it did. And we must have a little discussion about that.
Very well. I think everybody needs rest, but as much as I understand and respect your adamant behavior to keep this protected and your rightful decision to lead the way, for this is your realm, or at least where you dwell now, I think it would be wise for the rest of the party to be made privy of the risks and the dangers that we currently face. The more open you are with them, it'll be easier to build enough trust for the rest of the journey that we have ahead alongside one another.
Is that how you all came to be? And there's a hint of interesting curiosity in her tone. For all of you from such different walks of life to be brought together as one. Time and trust.
I suppose so. Although, if I were to tell you the story of how it all began, you could say it was as seemingly random as a gust of wind pushing leaves together.
And it's held together by desire to remain together? There's no further exchange, there's no lack of one that another provides. Is that right?
We wish to make it through. We wish for all of us to make it through. And so we stay together and do the best we can.
How curious. And she leaves it at that.
I think Baro starts walking away and then pauses, turns around, and inadvertently, this actually happens. He asks you a question. What do you want, Feyruz? But he asks it in the elemental air language.
You feel the air around Feyruz almost pause for a moment as she considers her answer. I want lots of things. I like having pretty things around me. I like having power. I like having the freedom to act as I wish. And my current arrangement allows me for that.
So, if it came to be, would you exert your power upon others, and subjugate their freedom in exchange of your own?
Yes.
Have a good night, Ferris.
Good night, Bar.
And I think with that, he'll just go back, find whatever area the camp is being set, probably keeping an eye on Riley, Petrichor with Little Guy, checking on Janai, checking on Clucky as well. Yeah, I'll let whoever else wants to do something.
I won't speak for Clucky, but I will say that that conversation happened, and if Tarzan does make it tonight, then we will give you that opportunity. So, Xanthi
You're
and
muted
or
in here.
Janai. That's not like you. Who muted Xanthi?
So I will say, Xanthi, at this point, the only thing she would probably do is just walk by Burrow and just kind of tilt her head and she'll look at him. I should say I know better considering the conversation you just had with Feyruz, but just know from what I witnessed, it would be best to keep an eye on her, especially around Riley and Petrichor. There is something in her position that unnerves me. And I don't know if it has something to do with you or whatever fate decides to unfold within this dimension. I'm glad to see you're safe. And she will walk away and sit down and she will just kind of drink some of the tea that Borrow had taught her how to make. And she will just try and relax and decompress before she decides to go to sleep, unless the party decides otherwise.
I will say that Bara is probably going to try to take time before he goes to sleep to remove himself a little with his tome of the Way of the Wind and the Naginatas. He's going to meditate and try to get a better sense of this thing that's attached to the Naginata, this spirit, this thing.
Xanthi will probably be watching Borrow this entire time, I will honestly say, since his shift change in character. She will see if there's any differentiation between his usual nightly routine or if there's anything that has changed. No?
He's doing this usual thing that you would see him do, which is meditating with the book. Only difference is that you probably have he has the Naginata on him, like resting on him while he's like skimming through the book.
All right. Xanthi, again, she would just be acknowledging any sort of abnormal movements that Borrow that is outside of Borrow, I guess would be the best way to say it. She will probably just sit there and just see if there's any twitch outside of the zone of which Borrow tends to. If he does anything different than he usually does, then she might just comment on it. But until then, and if not, she will just settle down for the night and eventually go to sleep, making sure that she is at least somewhat placed between herself and Feyruz.
I think for Janai's part, I think Feyruz, you feel like a connection land in your mind because during the walk over, I think y'all would have felt that the shared one that Janai established would have ended because it runs out after a certain time. But I think you feel a connection land in your mind. Nothing is said for a little bit. And then Janai will ask, how dangerous is this really?
There's a moment of calculation there, and you can feel her actively thinking. Shocker. Hypothetically now, how would you feel about another folly? Pretend now, pretend.
Bad. I think Janai is thrown for like such is so startled that you're getting the thoughts that they otherwise wouldn't just let transmit to you. So it's just like bad shit. What?
This place, Janai, and Tanaka, I suppose. Tanaka would understand this as well. Hi.
Involve me not.
Oh, you live here too. It involves you already, whether you wish to or not. But anyways, you are one with a wind in a way similar to myself, similar to the monk. So you would understand that the sky isn't quite safe. And the ground beneath us is really all we can rely on. We have no sea, we have no rivers, we have no water. We cannot subside on air alone. If our world was to be damaged in any way, I'm not certain we would have the means to recover from that anytime soon, quickly, efficiently. And I quite like how we are now, quite frankly, don't you?
It's all I know, so I can't say if I would like something else.
I didn't know what he wanted me to find all this time. I thought it was a trinket, a bauble, maybe a crown, maybe something sentimental, maybe a throne, maybe that tower in all its glory. Not this. This is a weapon. I'm not sure who the enemies are. There's barely anyone else around. There's a petulance there. You can feel like, oh dear.
Are we? They still need to go back or try to get back to their dimension? Are we? Are we? if we give them that, then maybe it won't be able to be used in another way. I know you don't want to, you and your patron, but if they use it up, whatever they need to do, then
We will speak. But we did agree we would have them sent home. We would assist him with that. It would not be fair to trap them here. We will discuss.
let me know what your patron says. I
would
won't
love to.
listen.
Can you hear him when we speak? I've never asked. It felt rude to ask, and you know.
I haven't
so it's
tried to
Huh.
listen to anything else. I think he would have to speak to me.
Oh,
And I
he
think
did
he's only
right.
speaking to you.
No, he spoke to a child. It was quite funny, actually.
Oh,
Yes. I will let you know. And I am sorry to have gotten you involved in all of this. Truly, I didn't expect all this, you know. I thought you would just be useful getting through the colony, as you are.
yeah, yes. Well, that did happen. Well, let me know what the full plan is next time.
Man.
Right. Good night for you.
Communication ends right there. Fickle wind.
I think that would be a good spot for Barrow to take his moment to check on Clucky as we are preparing our next little rest.
Yeah. Let's say that Barra just has a moment after having checked everybody, goes to Clucky, has a moment where he just taps on his shoulder. You did good.
What did I do?
You followed instructions, Clucky. Are you okay?
Yeah, a couple big cuts, but otherwise, I just need a good sleep. Would you like one of those insect legs? Been snacking on it? Just holds out a partially chewed leg.
No, thank you, Clucky. But I do
It's a
agree.
little sour. I don't like it.
What are you... Is he eating from one of the bugs that we were fighting? And if so, Matt, can Barrow get close enough and touch Clucky's face and like neck and areas and investigate in case Clucky has anything on his fur, or sorry, on his feathers or skin that may hint that he may be getting himself poisoned?
Make a medicine check.
It's a 21.
He's not poisoned, but if he doesn't cook this, there's a good chance that he's going to have the runs later.
Nice.
Clucky, as you go for like after you offer and then just go to chew it again, Borrow's hand just like stops your arm like halfway, and he just goes, Clucky, these creatures had acidic secretions. If you keep eating that without cooking or using fire, you are going to regret it later.
Can Xanthi hear this conversation?
Don't know. Depending on
Clucky's close to you guys at all
we're
times, so
like in camping area, so I don't think it's like too like far away from people.
Xanthi will
you've probably been hearing the gross squelching of him eating this thing raw.
Xanthi just sighs as she goes and grabs the giant bug leg, I guess, like maybe the equivalent to like a crab leg. And she's going to cast just so actually she's not going to grab it. She's going to cast lightning lure as she using the cantrip to bring the crustacean towards her. As she grasps it, it just kind of shocks, full of like just flashes of heat. Before she then just takes it and she
cooks it.
Yeah,
Awesome.
And she hands it back to Borrow, and she goes, "It's really up to you if you want to hand over that to him afterwards. It'll at least be safer from what you said." And like Xanthi is looking exhausted currently at this point. She is just she does not want conflict among the party. She just wants to fucking take a nap.
Borrow senses the leg being extended to him, and he just says, I think Clucky can make his own decisions. And he walks away without taking the leg.
All right, that's mine. Give it back. Thank you. You should get some sleep. You look a little tired.
You look like shit.
I got stabbed a few times. Yeah, it fucking hurt. Look at this. It's a big hole right here.
I'm not going to try and argue with you at this point. I'm just at that point. Xanthi literally falls over where she is, like she's sat herself sitting, and she falls over and she just passes the fuck out. She has no booze, nothing. She is just exhausted beyond belief at this point.
Ooh, oh wait, my tiger died. That's right. Sad.
Oh no.
R.I.P. Raja.
I didn't know this.
I'm gonna roll. Seeing Xanthi in her state, he's going to pull out another furry creature out of his handbag of tricks.
Now is the time.
Are you fucking...
It's a baboon.
Oh, that thing's gonna rip my heart. That thing has thumbs. No, put that thing back where it came from. Or so help me.
Put that thing back where it came from. Or so help me. Yeah, just tosses another furry ball out onto the ground. Baboon appears.
How many do you have left?
They reset every day.
Oh no! Whose idea was
You see what you've done, Matt. You see what you've done.
It resets every day.
Anybody could have had this bag. It wasn't my fault.
He sees the baboon and he's just confused. He's like, where's the tiger?
I'll take the blame for this one, guys. That was entirely my decision to give it to him.
Everybody getting ready to go and lay down and sleep after such a hard day. And then you just all of a sudden hear, followed by shrieking baboon noises.
Xanthi just opens one eye and she's like, oh dear God, why? Why? And then she closes it again and she tries to get back to sleep.
Go be able to kill him.
What? For rewind, what?
You told the baboon to be your pillow.
We're gonna let that situation sort itself out. Fade to black, because possibly we're gonna have a dead baboon.
Can I unrelated to
Andrew,
this?
wake up,
Dear
please.
God.
He gave the chaos chicken a bag of tricks. What did you expect?
When Baro goes to
We're
sit
all fucked.
and
Oh.
meditate, Janai doesn't say anything, but you can feel the approach. Doesn't hide his approach, and he sits next to you, almost mirroring you in a little way, because he still recognizes you as, with what the former master said is meant to be your student. So he sits next to you, and then you can hear the whipping of like a small bit of wind as a little dust devil just kind of begins to circle in front of Janai. She tries to meditate next to you.
I think Baro has a moment where some of his focus redirects. Not, he still has, he's scanning through his book. He's still mindful of what he is attempting to do, but it's almost as if he sort of slows down the process of submersion into his own inner mind to just focus on sensing you. I don't know if you want me to like roll something for this, Matt, but basically Baro is just trying through his insight to get a sense if there is something that they can perceive through in Janai's meditation that they may potentially like assist with by giving them direction.
I will let the two of you narrate it. See if what might possibly come from the scene.
So I think you become aware. It's funny. It's almost as if this individual who is physically blind somehow makes you feel as though you now sense his attention is on you, not in like an oppressive way. It's just that thing of whatever energy he was creating has now sort of taken a slight diagonal, and now it's kind of also observing. They're just trying to sense what your journey is currently with your meditation.
I think for Janai, not wanting to fully disturb you, when he sat next to you, it seemed as if you were attempting to do something, and so he is trying to utilize this kind of gift of channeling wind that he seems to have attained when he was underground to kind of help wind and focus your thoughts a bit, to like kind of give you a channel of air to buffet out other things.
Okay. Is Janai struggling with this? Is there an internal struggle that is making this attempt like not smooth?
I think it's more that he still senses that there is some tensions between people in the party, and so is trying very hard to not become another point of tension, and is so directing his attention towards you in this way. It's very much like, you're very busy and occupied and a lot of things are happening, and I will be next to you to lean on if you want. So it's really not about him in the moment. He is offering something to you.
Mhm. I think that Borrow senses this offering, which is connected to the wind. But as you seem to be trying to present this sort of energetic support, you seem to, it's like you're on hold.
Mm-hmm.
Borrow doesn't want to take on this assistance from Janai because he is trying to engage or sense the air elemental thing that is connected to his weapon. And he doesn't want Janai's energy to potentially get in the middle of it. So he's not going to let Janai stuff come in until he handles that thing and he feels whether or not it's safe to be like, yeah, Janai, let's share energies and vibrations. There's a corrupting, elemental creature or entity in the weapon that I have in my hand.
Sure,
So-
it's fine.
So you
Max,
feel,
it's fine.
I would say the equivalent of this is almost as if there is this heat, the way that your body emanates heat. There's a sense that there's almost like a barrier between you. It's not aggressive. It's just there seems to be something that he's deliberately keeping you at bay for something, for some reason, right now at
Yeah.
least.
And I think the thing that you're going to find Janai struggling with is patience. So I think Janai's just going to, okay, I said it's fine. Okay.
You literally only thing that you hear is the gift of patience is patience.
He's gonna stay on hold.
And now you just hear it's the air elemental version of the song.
Clucky's
This
just
hold
dancing
music
in the
brought to
background.
you. This hold music brought to you by Querdo, the Bard Pirate. Alrighty. I believe if that is all, that we can move to nice rest. Yeah.
Like,
So-
by nice rest, you mean a long rest?
Is it a long rest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will
Usual.
say this. No matter what happens, I'm going to be giving you guys a long rest. So nothing is going to be interrupting you this night.
So we can hit the button.
You can hit the button. There's nothing that's going to interrupt that whole thing.
I'm still
Unless
terrified
one of you guys
what
goes off
tomorrow.
script.
Usual Clucky madness in the morning, as usual.
Well, but that doesn't mean that nothing happens overnight.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
looks like I
We
lagged
are
a little bit. I will
rested.
just repeat it. That doesn't mean that nothing happens overnight. There are things that will take place. Number one,
Or the
Riley. Sleep does not come easy to you tonight. It's a very stressful day. A lot of specific triggers to a lot of specific memories. Where is Riley in her dreams tonight?
The camera kind of zooms in the middle of a memory, not at the beginning of one. And we see Riley crouched behind familiar terrain to some of the people in the party. Granted, we didn't get to explore terribly much of the castle outside of what we were allowed to. But Riley is crouched hiding behind some boxes of equipment in an open hangar and you can hear voices shouting orders and directions in an alert and aggressive tone. A siren goes off, and there is a sense of panic, but also determination coming from Riley. Riley looks terrible compared to how we all know her to look now. She looks sickly, like she hasn't eaten in a couple of weeks. Like her health, she just looks ill. Has not been taken care of for a very long time. And the voices kind of get closer and then peel off, but there's one that's shouted from directly behind the box that she's hiding in, and she takes off. There's an open hangar door all the way across the hangar that she spots and is weaving in and out of this maze of stuff. But things are different this time from last time she had tried to do this. So she's having to re-navigate where she's going. This is an escape attempt. And not in very good condition, as she was the last times she has tried. But her little legs are running as fast as she can. Her lungs are struggling to keep up. She's coughing intermittently, ducking behind other crates. And we hear Parsnick's voice enter the area. And there's a deepened sense of panic as she just freezes where she is in her hiding spot.
I feel like that actually would be precisely what the voice had said. Well, that's far enough now, Ms. Riley. And it's at that point that we start to see these soldiers start to group around the position. And Riley feels like she can't move in this moment. Like, no matter how hard she tells her legs to run, no matter how hard she tells her body to dive behind something, her body will not listen. That was a nifty little trick that you pulled. I thought that it was only in the movies that people would pull the grates off of exhaust ducts and go crawling through them. But look at you, resourceful as ever. Now come along.
I'd rather die than stay here. I'm done with your shit. Let me go.
If you don't stay here, you will die.
I'd rather take my chances out there than be here with you.
But I don't think I would take those chances.
And
Riley, there's a lot going on here that I don't think you have the years yet to fully understand. I know what you've seen. We've talked. In fact, I believe that I was there for most of it.
she is not trembling, but shaking, a mixture of sheer exhaustion and rage.
You are going to help so many other people, just like yourself. Now, you know how this ends. So I'll give you the option to reach that ending yourself. Come along now, Riley. Let's take a walk.
Does she feel like she can move?
It's almost like a wave of release on her muscles, but she has been in one place so for such a period of time that the only clear path is back inside.
How close is the nearest armed individual?
10 feet.
As he says that, she's tried this enough times. He knows the looks her tells. He studied her enough to know that.
Mm-hmm.
But she's also learning. So she purposely gives a tell that she knows he will clock as trying to find a place to hide, but instead is going to go for a weapon. And in her mind, if she's not getting out of here, she's going to take out as many people that are in here as she can, kicking and screaming on her way back in.
Roll me a d20.
I'm shaking. Am I adding anything to this?
Nope.
17.
17. You take that step and you watch 4 grown men in uniform with weapons step in response. And as you pivot, turning, lunging towards one of them, reaching for his sidearm, you grab at the cold metal handle. You pull hard enough, unsnapped in the holster, ready, this weapon ready to shoot you if needed, and you drawing it first. Where do you point it?
She would first point it at the soldier she took it from, but after that, if a shot is out successfully, because she's close enough to make it lethal, would turn it to Parsnip.
So if it could be lethal on this guy, then you're not going to kill him, you're turning towards Parsnip?
No, if it is lethal on him, she's taking the shot.
On the guard that you stole this from. At this point, you were a survivalist with your family. This is not the first time Riley has shot a gun. Probably the first one of this caliber or this size. But the recoil, the loud pop, the ringing in your ears, and then the thud of a human hitting the floor. And then you turn it towards Parsnip.
And she will, kind of in that movement of turning, will back onto and over the body of the guard to try to put a little distance between herself and the people that went to go after her, which isn't going to do much. She knows that. But if she can get a little intimidation, even given her circumstances, she's trying.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Packed. Okay, I need to roll this somewhere else. Hold on.
Deep breath.
I'm shaking. Wisdom saving throw?
For Riley.
24.
24. You know in this moment that this dream is playing from a memory. But you do know that you are dreaming. And you don't remember Parsnip stepping towards you in this moment. each one of his footfalls echoing off of the walls around. Slow, almost impossibly slow. And as he takes these steps towards you, his form almost flickers. In a moment, you see Draven Kuragari. And with the next step, you see Chieftain Avrock. And with the next step, you see the monk that you watched beat the crap out of Barrow a few days prior. As you're watching all of these visages take the form of General Robert Parsnick in this moment, do you continue to back away?
I think she would match the steps of backing away, and it's this weird duality of, as there's the flickers of his image that isn't supposed to be happening, so too is it flickering between Riley in this moment to automaton petrichor and back. Almost as this glitch effect, not even full swapping places, just bits and pieces here and there. And this is where there should be the fear and determination that Riley remembers from this dream. It turns to confusion and mild terror, because this is off script.
And with it being off script, you hear, I told you, Riley, this only ends one way. You are coming back home. And Parsnick's visage lunges at you, his jaw unhinging, fangs erupting as he dives in this moment as if to swallow you whole. And that is where Riley wakes up.
And it is cold sweat. After PTSD episode, there's no noise, because Riley has had forced trained into her that you made noise after something like that, and you only got worse punishment than what you just had to endure mentally. So it would be the startled awakening, careful not to wake anybody else. But even unconscious, I know what Barrow's passive perception is. And given that they sleep relatively close to each other, Riley would have her hands down on the ground and is furiously shaking.
So I will say, upon Riley waking up aggressively, just with how Artemis tends to also occasionally do so as well, would she feel anything when it comes to just one of her party members overtly waking up the way that they did?
I will say you probably wouldn't. Mainly because of, yes, they're similar experiences, but Riley's reactions have been trained differently than Xanthi's have been. So okay. I would say probably not.
All right, so Xanthi is still asleep. You kind of just hear her just snort like weirdly as she nudges, and then turns to the side and just goes right back to sleep.
Very single mother energy. I love it.
But after Starly waking up and the shaking, I think Riley would tuck her knees up against her chest, and if you didn't know better, you would think she's in a tundra of frozen ice with just how bad she is shaking. But I think, despite herself and feeling a mental nudge from Petrichor, because they shared their dreams, Petrichor saw everything that just happened. Riley would wordlessly tuck into Barrow and just wrap his arm over her shoulder and just hold on to it, and would try her best to go back to sleep, but it's going to take a while.
I will add that when that happens, there's a little bit less room than you thought in that grasp you have on Barrow's arm, as a little lizard curls up into your chest. A tail emitting a soft pulsing glow, like a little nightlight. You do, Riley, eventually fall back to sleep in close proximity to little Guy as well as Papa Barrow. The rest of your party sleep around very soundly as well. Barrow. Don't look away. Don't you look away. Where is Barrow tonight?
I don't know, Matt. Where is Barrow tonight?
Oh, would you like to leave it in my hands?
You know what Barrow would have, like, we already established that he would have attempted to sit, read the book.
I meant in his mind palace.
Oh, in his mind palace?
While he is sleeping.
I guess the question is, did he get any interactions, responses, glimpses, or anything from this Naginata and the entity attached to it?
Did you? No. But you are. Present tense. So if you'd like that to influence the scene, you are more than welcome.
I will say in that case, the space that Barrow finds himself in right now manifests first through sound. It is the whoosh of wind currents flowing, and then small little flashes in the darkness as Barrow begins to feel the manifestation of the elemental plane of air that he went through when he was traveling into this dimension. However, unlike in the moment where he did that, where he felt like there was no up, down, left, right, or anything, he was floating in the air. This time around, he actually feels his feet on solid ground. And there is this feeling as if he can hear his own heartbeat, but the heartbeat seems to be traveling downward, as if it's echoing through the ground beneath him like the box of a drum. And so he finds himself in this unseen surface with wind currents flowing through around him and a sensation of ground beneath his feet.
in this area, as you're feeling the wind from all different directions, eventually that wind gets warmer. A unpleasant warmth. One that, rather than cool you off and relax you, seems to sap your strength. That hot air on a summer day that begins to swirl in front of you, a small little whirlwind, that eventually that whirlwind manifests limbs, a torso, eyes, chin, and a smirking grin. You've had quite the day, Borrow of Wheatfield.
And here you remain, Windbearer.
I don't think that I will be going very far at all. I think that you might see things my way and possibly make the choice. The choice to open my portal your friends could be safe. I would give you time for that, of course. But the plain material will be mine.
Borrow is curling his toes while he's listening to this. His head tilts. And then he just stumps. He's listening to this guy. But Borrow's insight, he knows this conversation. He understands this speech, this spiel. But the grounding of his feet is new. And so instead of just trying to engage in some philosophical debate with this being, which is an elemental being that most likely has just their drive, Borrow is just attempting to connect with the part of him that he has sensed shift since his tremor sense perception changed the way that he saw things. And now it's almost as if he's doing this stomping the way that he uses his tremor sense, but he's trying to both see this individual, even though he's already there, he can perceive them. But it's almost as if he's trying to see this individual through his new tremor sense, while at the same time sort of calling it forward. Whatever he's feeling underneath him, he's trying to bring it up and forward.
You get a curious look. I believe you're just wasting time before the inevitable.
Could you be quiet? I'm trying to find out something.
Oh, far be it from me to distract you.
What is it that you gain? Well, he stomps again. This desire for the material plane. Stomp. It is interesting, isn't it? Stomp. You are born of something. You exist in that, and something determines that you will crave for more or be satisfied. Stomp. And if you crave for more, then you are not much different from any other mortal. Stomp.
That is where you are wrong, Borrow of Wheatfield. Yes, I desire more. I wish to expand my dominion. I do not crave for gold or riches or baubles or trinkets. It is power beyond that provided by any sort of institution, power beyond what you can get over your fellow mortal, power over the cosmos.
Then what?
After the material comes the next plane, and then the next one, and then the next one. Don't you see, Borrow of Wheatfield? All is the void. All is the everything encompassing. All is but the wind that carries it. And it's time for the wind to carry everything.
You know, the Master Ugri of my dimension had this story of a man who found incredible wealth and sought to purchase land. Stomp. He bought the land, built upon it. Stomp. When he was done, he decided he wanted more, so he bought the land next door and built upon it. Stomp. And then he felt like he could have more, so he bought the other one. Stomp. And the next one. Stomp. And the next one. Stomp. Until all the land that he could see belonged to him. There was nothing else to buy. And so he sat there in the middle of his dominion, not knowing what to do with it. Stomp. And so one day, he decided to burn it all to the ground. Stomp. And after he did that, he just started building again and again and again. You are nothing but the snake that eats itself. In the wind, I do not believe that the wind seeks to consume that which is different. The wind coexists with it all. And so, although it may not sound too humble from a simple blind man, allow me to tell you your vision is wrong.
Remind me again your this stomping, you're trying to call something forth. What does Barrow feel like he is calling forth?
There was a moment in the tunnels, in the caves, after Barrow had this all begins with his conversation with Master Ugri, where Master Ugri had suggested that in order for him to become one with the wind, he would need to abandon the party. And Barrow said that he was not going to do that, which means that the journey to enlightenment through the way of the wind for Barrow is closed, as far as he knows. However, during the journey of the tunnels, there was a realization that happened as his senses of tremor sense shifted, which was the fact that there is an element who has been with him since before the time that he joined the Way of the Leaf. The element that lies beneath his feet. The element that allowed him to see even when he was no longer able to see. The element that has allowed him to perceive and find his people over and over again. And he has found himself within the elemental plane of the air. And somehow now, as he has this exchange, his feet feel grounded. And so to an extent, he is attempting to call out to the elements, the element of earth, so that it comes forth in a more deliberate way, rather than Barrow using it as a reflex and an intuitive thing, because that's what he's learned to do since the beginning.
You keep stomping. You keep trying to call this forth. And as this happens, in this conversation with the last thing that you said aloud, you go to stomp, and your feet do not find the ground. You know, I thought you better, having seen so many of your friends, your allies, your found family, as it were, in such dire circumstances. I thought that you would make the choice for yourself. I thought that you would see reason and again make the choice for yourself. But I guess that is not going to be the case. So I apologize, Borrow of Wheatfield. We are going to continue with another candidate. And the whirlwind picks up more and more in front of you. And this consumes this dream space as you are being hoisted around in a dream where if you fall normally and you know you are going to hit something, this jolts you awake. Borrow, you are longing for that jolt before it comes.
Or anticipated this.
You've activated my trap card.
Because it's
Gimme,
not
gimme,
the
gimme.
first time. As soon as Borrow feels the hoisting around, Borrow is attempting to do the elemental air way of the wind form that he sensed when he was in the elemental plane that scared the master, but he is trying to do it reverse.
Make me an intelligence check, or we'll call it a history check, just in case you have the thingies, the proficiencies.
I do not. But isn't little guy sleeping like right there though?
Yeah, but he's not in your dreams.
But isn't he like family anyway though? But isn't
If you wanted
like
to bring up little guy's mechanics here, he is using the help action on Riley.
I was about to introduce the power of Snuggles, but I guess that's not worth anything.
history check was a 4.
Beautiful. Borrow. You can't seem to recall the form. Not like, oh man, like what was it again? Like, was it this way first or this way? Was it like a step and then protrude? Not like trying to remember the steps. It's gone. And as this realization hits you, Pharaohs, where do we find you this evening?
Fairies is not in her bottle, but she is in her dreamscape, awake in a cave. A cave with no pillars, save for what looks like stalagmites and stalactites from the ceiling to the ground, forming these great formations of rock of their own volition, these giant groves of clear quartz jutting out of the sides. And throughout, almost in a cluttered manner, every assortment of trinkets, of recovered gemstones, anything left from civilizations long since past, littered around this area, almost in a way that a cat would bring a dead bird and smuff to its owner and leave it at their bedside to wake up to. And in the center of it all is the orb, encircled in a globe of air. But she paces around, back and forth, and back and forth, as she asks, Saban, why do we have this?
The cave almost reverberates with his voice, the low rumbling. It was mine, and I wanted it back.
Okay. So, why?
Feyruz, you've
So,
never asked me why for anything like this.
well, it was obvious. You wanted all your trinkets and you don't like things made of stone, so I brought you everything that people made and brought it back to you, so it's returned to the earth. From ashes to ashes.
And
But this
dust
is a way.
to dust.
How do we return this? What do we do with this? And she sort of like draws her finger across and the globe just spins even more.
Careful, Feyruz. Wouldn't want to drop that now, would we? At least not before you reach the scar.
And what's going to happen with the scar?
The scar opens to the elemental plane of air. Such elemental energies detonating within would close this portal for good, would it not?
I suppose so. The amount of magical energy released would overwhelm the wind blowing through, and it's not exactly a point of balance. The explosion of one would offset the other. And so the rift would collapse and close.
And no more swirling winds and sandstorms and other unpleasantness.
But if there's no more swirling wind and sandstorms, what of the floating mountains?
What of them?
Well, they wouldn't be floating.
All the better for them, returning to Gaia's embrace.
And everyone who was on the mountains? I may be on the mountains. Janai might be on the mountains.
I'm not worried of you on the mountains. I'm worried. I take that back. I'm not worried of you if you were on those mountains. You have your talents, your tricks, your trinkets. And such a good little warlock you've been.
So then what of the aftershocks? If both were to be closed, then the mountains fall, and then what becomes of the land beneath?
Then we move on to the second phase.
There's more?
There's always more.
You know, it would have been quite helpful to know of this previously. All right, what's for more?
Where one door closes, another might open.
Might open. Okay.
Once I can provide you with the key.
Now there's a key.
Yes, the blowhard has his own key, which rests not 20 feet from you.
Oh,
There
that.
is many such keys,
Mm.
and I could give one to you, as Yancy Bin gave one to Landros.
So, let me get this straight, because it's so nice to know things beforehand. It would have been very helpful and helped me terribly much. So, we close the scar, we drop the mountains, we open a new scar on the ground, not in the air, on the ground. I presume to your great plane.
You're catching
And-
on.
Thank you. I do that sometimes. And then what?
And then I may come forth to claim what is rightfully mine.
What is rightfully yours?
Everything.
What
I
about the
wish
everyone?
to expand my dominion, as it were.
Uh-huh.
Everything must be built upon a foundation, and that foundation must be placed within the earth below.
Mm-hmm. What about the everyone?
The strong will survive.
That's wrong. Most of that we don't really have much more of that, do we? Hmm. And where am I in all this? After you come back, can the strong survive? Where am I? Your favorite?
My favorite, of course, would be the strongest, would she not?
Yes, but exactly where am I in this little plan of yours? Because clearly, it would have been nice to know this again beforehand. She's sulking.
Dia,
Yes.
what is Fairuz's actual viewpoint on all of this?
Beirut is not stupid, but she
Uh-huh.
enjoys others believing that she is and is intentionally trying to just get as much information as possible.
Uh-huh. My dear, I've never taken you for a fool. I do not employ fools. I employ those who get results, those who have determination and are stalwart in their goals, unmoving like the very stone. A unique trait for somebody so light and airy such as yourself.
How long have you been planning this exactly?
Eons.
And how long since you've been so close to success?
Millennia.
Hmm. Not fun waiting, is it?
The stone is patient. All good things.
Is there much care for what happens for these strangers in this plane? They're
They've-
plenty strong as well. Impressively so, actually. Very impressive.
You wish for me to ally with more denizens of the sky, such as yourself? I thought you liked being special.
I'm always special. I am just saying they have very unique skill sets of their own, right? Clearly, they helped me get this for you. And then your skills helped me get this from them. And so it all worked out.
Indeed. Feyruz, I shall put it as dull as the rock itself.
Mm.
Might I trust you with what I have already led to being placed within your hands? Do you take this step beyond Saban Ib Alamid? And do you bring forth the coming of Ogremok, Prince of the Evil Earth?
You see her pause for a moment, and from where she had been hovering in her pace, sets her feet down on the ground firmly, barefoot, feeling the rock and the sand and the grip between her toes, which isn't always all that comfortable, truth be told. But she does so anyways. Of course you can trust me, Saban. As you've always done. But now, I have to wonder whether I can trust you. Because quite frankly, I quite like the world we're in. I enjoy our arrangement. Perhaps as short-lived in your eyes as it had been. So I wonder, I'm not sure I can trust how good things will be when the good things come to an end as we know it. The unknown is a void, and so few of us can float as freely as others. I'll sleep on it. Good night, Saban.
Feyruz, this is not something that I shall wait for. Yes, but brother, I believe you will have to.
The stone is patient, Saban.
And the storm is not. O wandering child.
Oh?
It's a little windy in here, Feyruz.
There's no wind in here other than me. Normally.
I think that that's something that ought to change. don't you?
Ferus just smiles.
Oh, don't worry about him. He's on hold, as it were.
So it seems the sands have shifted and the wind has changed. What do you offer me?
Offer you? Oh, my dear, I would offer you a choice. But you said you quite like this world the way that it is. And unfortunately, as the winds start to coalesce into a more humanoid form in front of you, one that you have not seen before,
Smash.
I feel that if I gave you that choice, you would disappoint me as well. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to do something that I don't like doing. I guess that I'll have to make some suggestions, as it were. Feruz, would you kindly collect my weapon? And Feruz, you wake up as the party sleeps. You've already failed your wisdom saving throw.
Sure did. It was a 21, unfortunately.
Against something as powerful as an Arco-Mental. 21 even will not do such a thing. And there is a weightless to the touch, but strong of metallo form, Naginata. And those words are almost incessantly repeated. Bring this to me.
Ferus takes one step, and then another, and her steps no longer fall on the ground as she inches closer. Did you say everyone else was asleep?
Indeed. Strangely enough. It's been a hard
GM.
day. A lot of people would like to sleep.
GM,
Yes.
can I just gently point out something about Thrycreen?
Okay.
It's probably not going to help in this moment. But Thrycreen technically do not require sleep and can remain conscious during a long rest.
How about half-elves?
Half-elves do sleep. Actually, let me check that. Hold, please.
Half-elves
Yeah, they do
being Fey
sleep.
ancestry would trance.
Trance. So that's not to say I'm you know, my eyes are open and everything, but can I just not be completely unconscious? You can say no. I'm prepared for a no, but I would like a yes.
Me double checking the verbiage of trance.
Take your time. Honestly. Like, do whatever you need to do.
I don't think that's going
Anything
to
to stop this catastrophe.
I
No,
don't
no, it's a catastrophe yet.
I
For
think
you to have both
die.
the orb of destruction and it's
In the
not a
same-
tragedy. It's not a tragedy.
In the sage words of Bon Jovi, we're halfway there. So, you know,
And living on a prayer.
Sweating.
Oh my lord! I apologize. This will give me what I need.
There is no God here. There is only the DM.
You're not wrong. Trance-like meditation during which you remain conscious. Interesting. Fairuz, can you make me a stealth check with advantage, please, since you do not touch the ground and therefore do not make footsteps? Much like somebody's magical boots that allow them to have advantage on stealth as well.
I'll do you better. I'll remind you, Fairuz can turn invisible at will.
Beautiful. And KJ
Nice.
left the chat.
I tried. KJ, I tried.
I read my character sheet again.
Janai, for the sake of argument, what is your passive perception?
Oh, it's shit. 1 second.
Okay.
My passive perception 16.
Okay. And Fairuz, with advantage on a stealth check. The dice are here to help facilitate a story.
Which is great, because she doesn't have the best stuff in general. That's only a 16. Even with advantage.
Meets it, beats it.
Oh.
but
Ren, I love you. Don't forget that, eh?
But
But go ahead, say it, Victor.
should I state what my passive perception is?
No.
Isn't it 29 or something like ridiculous like that?
You did mention something though.
Mm-hmm.
About a certain compulsion that you
Yes.
have. And how that would mean that you sleep with the Naginata.
In my hand, yes.
And that compulsion only lasts while you are attuned to the weapon.
At this point, wait, at this point, with the conversations that Borrow has made with this elemental thing, this isn't the first time that this thing has said, if you won't do it, somebody else will. So for him, it's like, then I have to keep this fucking thing off everybody else's hands. So with or without compulsion, Borrow is keeping his stabs on this thing.
Also, staff, child.
You were unconscious, sir. And your attunement was forcibly broken by an entity other than yourself. So without the need to hang on, why wouldn't you replace cold steel with the warmth of a friend in need?
It's not what I meant.
That's what I meant. I watched the pieces fall into play. I watched it all happen.
Would taking, hypothetically, just so I can plan my next move. Does taking the Naginata count as a free action with like free interaction with the environment if it's there? Is that what's going on?
As part of another action I could see.
If Feiruz is able to reach for the Naginata first, she intends to cast Force Cage on the sleeping Bara and Riley. It is a charisma saving throw, so I'll give you that.
It's a charisma save to attempt to teleport out of it.
Oh, you're right! Even better.
Shout out to Mr. Dandy DM, as I recently force caged one of his BBGs. So I am very familiar with how to get in and out of force cage. So are you doing the 10-foot square box or the 20-foot square cage?
Oh, I want to give them space. They can have a 20-foot cage, and it goes with like the wind and all that good stuff.
Yeah, beautiful.
It's dramatically appropriate.
So are you saying, Matt, that there's nothing that Baro can do to sense this thing getting removed from him?
You are sleeping. Feiruz does not contact the ground for vibrations. And this Naginata is weightless, meaning that gravity doesn't pull it down if somebody were to lift it.
I don't think that Baro would leave the Naginata, though, without contact. It makes no sense. Baro just had a conversation with Feiruz where he actually flat out asked to Feiruz, if you needed to exert your power to keep your freedom, would you? And Feiruz responded sincerely. And with his insight, he knows that they mean it. And secretly, through the speaks, Riley whispered to Baro while he was trying to get to them to help them in the tower, I don't trust Feiruz.
Okay.
Baro would, even if Baro were to let go of that weapon with his hand, he would tie it to himself. That weapon is not completely loose. There's no way in hell that Baro would leave that Naginata, compulsion or not, just there for someone to grab. Are you kidding me? We have a Clucky in the party.
He likes shiny things that he can put in his bag.
This is fair. So, asleep. I'm not going to give you tying it because you would have thought about holding on to it. So I won't take the fact that your hand is on this. Feiruz has already rolled stealth with advantage. And the number to beat was 16. Baro's passive perception is stupid high, correct?
Yep.
It is.
Almost
exactly. Almost double that. Okay. Mechanically speaking, as there was not this level of trust, the need to try to hang on to this thing, even if attempting to take something off of a sleeping person would be a stealth and or sleight of hand check against somebody's passive perception. However, because they are unconscious, that would invoke disadvantage on any checks resulting for perception. When you have disadvantage on something, your passive skill has a debuff. The debuff presented for having disadvantage is -5, which still puts the DC at 27. Feyruz, is your bonus to sleight of hand 7 or higher?
It is +6.
That's lower than 7.
It's lower than 7. It sure is. Let me check something.
The amount of sass building up here is absolutely intoxicating.
What would you say that the buff number was, Matt?
Debuff -5 to your passive perception.
So she can roll because my passive is 29, -5 is 24. So she
24.
rolls. Yeah, she needs an 18 to meet it.
There is a chance of passing. Feyruz.
Or sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand. No advantage or disadvantage. That is taken care of by this -5 to the DC.
The dice will it. The dice want us to fight. That was a 13.
Borrow. You in this dream space, after being swirled around so much, you all of a sudden feel it's as if you are being pulled by gravity 100 times stronger. As suddenly your feet impact the ground as if they were meteors. And Borrow, you hear, "Wake up now."
Smash.
And you feel the ground tremble beneath your feet. Stomp, stomp, stomp. And that is where we will end tonight's session. Thank you all so much for coming tonight.
How dare you?
Hopefully next time won't be a 4-month gap between sessions. We will be able to get together. We will presently be trying to get the next session scheduled. God, I love seeing these reactions every single time. It never gets old. It never gets old. DMs, give your friends cliffhangers and make them drag out for about 45 minutes.
45 minutes? We're going to be panicking for the next 2 weeks.
I've been Matt. This has been my wonderful party. This is 2B Dice Adventures. What's going to find out next time between Borrow of Wheatfield and Feyruz, subservient to Yancy Bin? Find out next time. See you later.
Bark, bark, motherfucker.
I hate all of this.